Chapter 1040. The place that Tang Li had found was none other than his hometown, the Tang sect. Han Yunshi and the others were very surprised by this location. Who would have thought that the thing that they had been searching for so long would actually be in their own territory? Tang Li, in particular, was overjoyed. As long as it was something that belonged to his family, then it would belong to his brother and sister-in-law. Rather than saying that it was a surprise, it would be better to say that it was a pleasant surprise. Han Yunshi had previously been rather worried that the earthly fire Kuan furnace would fall into the hands of a weirdo like the old man of alchemy, just like the celestial fire furnace. If they wanted to obtain it, they would have to go through a lot of trouble. If the earthly fire Kuan furnace was in the Tang sect, they would be able to find it even if they dug 3 feet into the ground, and no one would dare to stop them. The Poison Codex did not clearly record the location of the earthly fire furnace, but from the description, it was definitely the ghost fire in the earthly fire Kuan furnace. The Poison Codex said that in the Lotus Mountain range, there was a spring called the Fire Spring. There was no fire in the fire spring, but because the water was fiery red, when the wind blew and the waves rose, it looked like there was a raging fire in the spring from afar. Thus, it was named the Fire Spring. The water in the fire spring was boiling hot, and not a single blade of grass grew around the spring. Occasionally, birds and beasts would fall into the spring and die immediately, their corpses turning black. When someone who was proficient in poison came to this spring and determined that the spring water was poisonous, they did not know why it was poisonous. Celestial fire had no form and only had heat. Earth fire was definitely the same. When birds and beasts were burned to death and their corpses turned black, it was very likely that they had been poisoned. This Poison Codex recorded something that happened several hundred years ago. It was already very impressive that the poison masters at that time could determine that the spring water was poisonous. Tang Li, have you seen this fire spring before? Han Yunshi asked anxiously. Tang Li shook his head and said, the Tang sect's poison grounds have always been managed by Aunt Ru. It's a forbidden area of the Tang sect. I've only been there once. Han Yunshi wanted to ask Long Feiyi more, but she realized that there were hundreds of questions. If Long Feiyi and Tang Li knew about the existence of the fire spring, they would have thought of the earthly fire Kuan furnace. Aunt Ru and the others did not know about the earth fire Qian furnace, so it was normal that they did not tell them. Han Yunshi didn't care how much Aunt Ru knew about the fire spring. Right now, they had to hurry over and find the fire of 10,000 poisons. The best way was to get it safely in the bag. Sister-in-law, so the earth fire belongs to us. I'll go with you. As long as it belongs to the Tang sect, it can't escape. Tang Li was very excited. He had been the sect master of the Tang sect for so long, but this was the first time he had the boldness of a sect master. Good. Pack up, we'll set out tonight. Han Yunshi agreed immediately. Tang Li indeed needed to leave the three-way black market for a walk, so as to avoid being bored to death. Your Highness, Princess, it's been snowing heavily lately. I'm afraid we won't be able to reach Mount Tianshan in less than a month, Gu Beiwe said seriously. Now that we've found the fire of 10,000 poisons, we should prepare to go to Mount Tianshan. The Tang sect was in the southeast, which was quite far from the three-way black market. Mount Tianshan was in the northwest, which was also quite far from the Tang sect. Taking into account the distance, 2 to 3 months wasn't a lot of time for them. Moreover, they had to return to the three-way black market half a month in advance. Once they left, time would pass very quickly. Before Han Yunshi could reply, Tang Li beat her to it. Then we'll be able to save them very soon. Everyone was gratified to see Tang Li so optimistic. Their efforts on New Year's Eve hadn't been in vain. Su Donglin, send a message to Tang Zijin first. Ask him about the fire spring, Long Feiyi ordered in a low voice. Based on the time recorded in the ancient Poison Codex, the fire spring had already existed before the Tang sect had taken over Lotus Flower Mountain Range. The Tang sect had originally been skilled in hidden weapons and poison. Poison had been passed down from the Poison sect. Later on, poison had declined, so the Tang sect had mainly relied on hidden weapons. The Poison lands only occupied 2 mountains in the Tang sect, and were considered forbidden grounds. Later on, Tang Zijin opened a new foundry and occupied one of the mountains in the Poison lands, leaving only one mountain in the Poison lands. According to the ancient Poison Codex, the location of the fire spring was in that mountain. The Tang sect's Poison lands only existed in name. All these years, Aunt Ru had been in charge of it, in charge of searching for the secrets of the perplexing butterfly illusion. Long Fei Yi wasn't familiar with poison, so he'd left these matters to Aunt Ru. Thus, he and Tang Li had rarely set foot in the Poison lands, so they didn't know that the fire spring existed. Before they left, Han Yunxi sent someone to bid farewell to Ning Noa, reminding him to remember to inform Ning Jing and Ning Qing of the delay in the northern expedition. That night, the group secretly left East Origin Hall and hurried towards the Tang sect. Tang Li and Gu led the way in front, while Su Donglin brought a few shadow guards to clear the snow along the way. Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi rode in the carriage in front, while Bailey Mingxiang followed behind. As usual, Gu Beiwei didn't travel with them. Someone had to stay in the three-way black market to observe the movements of the D clan and Northernly, and report to Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi at any time. Furthermore, if they encountered an unexpected emergency, they had to have the ability and courage to handle it themselves. Without a doubt, Gu Beiwei was the best candidate. Just as Gu Beiwei predicted, Han Yunxi and the others took almost a month to travel from the three-way black market to the Tang sect. When they arrived, it was already the end of the first month. The north was still covered in ice and snow, especially in Northernly, but the south was already filled with the smell of spring. The spring water in the mountains was clear and cool, and large groups of tadpoles were swimming around. The ground was full of tender grass, and there were also colorful and unknown wildflowers. Along the way, Han Yunxi carefully paid attention to her own pulse. Unfortunately, one day, her good friend suddenly came to visit, and she was so disappointed that her whole body turned cold. Perhaps she was really too tired during this period of time. Her qi and blood weren't very good, and her pulse wasn't as good as it was when she was in the army. Thinking about the pile of things she was about to face, Han Yunxi could only give up. If Long Fei Yi knew about her current physical condition, Zhao Mama would probably be summoned again, and many things would be slowed down. Han Yunxi told herself that after a few months of hard work, everything would get better. Everyone would get better. Before they reached Crouching Dragon Peak, the main peak of the Tang sect, Han Yunxi took a deep breath to temporarily forget her worries. As soon as they arrived at Crouching Dragon Peak, they saw Tang Zijin, Madame Tang, and Aunt Ru waiting at the gate. When she saw her precious son return, Madame Tang immediately rushed over and pulled Tang Li into her arms. They all knew that the northern expedition had been delayed. Madame Tang didn't mention this sad matter. She just hugged her precious son tightly and felt proud of him. Even Tang Zijin, who had always thought that Tang Li was a good-for-nothing, had a whole new level of respect for Tang Li this time. Of course, he wasn't as impudent as Madame Tang. He walked over with Aunt Ru and bowed to Long Fei Yi. "Your Highness, you've had a hard journey." Tang Zijin had already been warned by Long Fei Yi in the army. However, due to the difference in status, he didn't dare try to lecture him as an elder. Long Fei Yi didn't say anything for a long time. Tang Zijin knew what was going on. He said, "Princess, you've had a hard journey." Long Fei Yi raised a hand to indicate that he could rise. When she saw Tang Zijin look over, Han Yunxi smiled. She was magnanimous and didn't deliberately make things difficult for him. Su Donglin had already told her everything that Tang Zijin and Aunt Ru had done behind her back. If she really held a grudge, Tang Zijin probably wouldn't even have had the chance to bow to her. Subduing a person was also a way to take revenge. After the misunderstanding between Eastern and Western Qin was resolved, Tang Zijin couldn't find fault with her status anymore. Apart from her status as the Princess of Western Qin, she didn't think there was anything else that could make Tang Zijin, her uncle, dislike her. Tang Zijin was indeed convinced. No matter how Eastern and Western Qin recovered in the future, whether they remained separate or merged as one, Han Yunxi's status would be very noble. She would either be the Empress of Western Qin or the Empress of the Great Qin Empire. In order to consolidate the Tang sect's future status, not only could the Tang sect not offend Han Yunxi, they also had to maintain a good relationship with her. A trace of disdain flitted across Aunt Ru's eyes, but she still bowed to Han Yunxi with Tang Zijin. Princess, you've had a hard journey. Although the misunderstanding between Eastern and Western Qin had been resolved, her resentment towards Han Yunxi only increased. If it weren't for that brat Han Yunxi, she wouldn't have been imprisoned on Crouching Dragon Peak right now. Aunt Ru wasn't Tang Zijin. She was already a prisoner in the Tang sect. She didn't have to think about the future of the Tang sect. She only felt that her fate was unfair. This was a rare opportunity that she had been waiting for. She had to teach Han Yunxi a lesson. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to dispel the resentment in her heart. Long Feiyi was about to speak, but Han Yunxi beat him to it. She said coldly to Aunt Ru, "There's no need to be so polite. You may rise." Han Yunxi cared about the big picture and gave face to Long Feiyi and Tang Li. However, that didn't mean that she was easy to bully and didn't hold a grudge. She could maintain a good relationship with Tang Zijin. As for people like Aunt Ru, she said to herself, forget it. The fact that Aunt Ru had colluded with Duanmu Yao back then was enough to prove that she wasn't just stupid. She also didn't have a bottom line. If she wasn't imprisoned on Crouching Dragon Peak, who knew when she would bring disaster to the Tang sect? Aunt Ru raised her head and looked at Han Yunxi. Han Yunxi pretended not to see her. Long Feiyi naturally wouldn't allow Aunt Ru to rise again. Thus, if Aunt Ru didn't accept Han Yunxi's command, she would have to continue curtsying. Hatred flashed across Aunt Ru's eyes, but she still smiled and stood up. "Thank you, Princess. Your Highness, the poison grounds have always been under Aunt Ru's jurisdiction. This subordinate wasn't familiar with the area, so I took Aunt Ru away from Crouching Dragon Peak without permission. I haven't redeemed myself yet," Tang Zijin said. "There's no need to be so formal here," Long Feiyi said calmly. He turned to Madame Tang and asked, "Aunt, how have you been?" With Long Feiyi's words, Tang Zijin relaxed. Under the current circumstances, he had to follow Long Feiyi's wishes. Otherwise, the Bailey army's power would surpass the Tang clans in the future. "Very good. As for the two of you, you're always rushing about. Don't you know how to take care of your health?" Madame Tang pulled Han Yunxi over and studied her closely. Han Yunxi quickly diverted her attention by handing over a small brocade box. "Madame Tang, this is, what? Fei's already calling me aunt, but you're still not willing? It looks like I'll have to make up for it with a big bow," Madame Tang said unhappily. Han Yunxi smiled helplessly. She glanced at Long Feiyi and changed her tune. Chapter 1041. "Aunt, this is something I found by chance a while ago. It's especially good for your skin, so I saved it for you." Han Yunxi not only called her aunt, but also gave her a present. Lady Tang liked her to begin with, so the value of the present was one thing. In the end, it still represented her sincerity. How could Lady Tang not dote on her even more? Lady Tang had always loved beauty and was good at maintaining her look. She was especially obsessed with things like rouge and face powder. As soon as she opened the box, she was stunned by Han Yunxi's present. "Aya, isn't this congealed white jade dew? TSK, this is good stuff." Lady Tang was delighted. "It's good that aunt likes it." Han Yunxi smiled. She had no intention of taking out a second present, so Aunt Ru could only watch from the sidelines, feeling very awkward. She had been in the Tang clan for so many years. Besides Tang Zijin, anyone who gave Lady Tang gifts would always prepare a gift for her. In the past, Tang Li and Fei had always done the same. As long as there was a present for Lady Tang, there would be one for her as well. But today, Han Yunshi had called Lady Tang aunt in front of her and given her a present. She had completely cast her as her own aunt to the side. In terms of blood relations, she was even closer to Long Fei Yi than Lady Tang. Currently, Bailey Mingxiang was standing on the sidelines, snickering. That box of congealed white jade dew was exactly what the princess had asked for from her at the foot of the mountain. The princess had always preferred to go barefaced, so she wasn't interested in such things. She had never understood what the princess wanted to do, but now she understood after seeing Aunt Ru's 7 parts embarrassed and 3 parts disappointed expression. How was the princess going to slap Aunt Ru's face with a present? She was clearly going to slap Aunt Ru's face and give her a present to make Lady Tang happy. The princess was getting worse and worse, but Bailey Mingxiang only admired and admired her more. She would never learn to love, hate, think, and act so boldly. Aunt Ru simply turned her head away and refused to look. However, no one paid any attention to her. If it was any other day, Tang Zijin would still care about her feelings. But now, Tang Zijin's thoughts were all on Mrs. Tang. Seeing Mrs. Tang happy made Tang Zijin's heart as sweet as honey. After a few simple pleasantries, it was time to get down to business. Tang Zijin had prepared a table full of food and wine to welcome them back, but Long Fei refused. After a simple meal, no one had time to rest. Long Fei Yi had Aunt Ru lead the way into the Tang sect's poison grounds. Tang Zijin and Madame Tang didn't come. Aunt Ru was the only one leading them. Everyone wanted to see Fire Spring before nightfall, so Aunt Ru did not delay. While walking, she explained everything that Long Fei Yi and the others did not understand. Your Highness, Princess, back then, Consort Wan also suspected that the fire spring was poisonous, so she fed the fire of the fire spring to ferocious beasts and prisoners. All of them died on the spot and their bodies turned black, Aunt Ru said seriously. Did she identify what kind of poison it was? Han Yunshi hurriedly asked. She was really afraid that Consort Wan had identified the poison of the fire spring. If that was the case, then the fire spring would not be the fire of 10,000 poisons. Aunt Ru shook her head helplessly. No. Back then, we invited a few poison masters over, but they couldn't find anything. Consort Wan named the fire spring as flame poison, but they never found an antidote. Later, Aunt Ru choked a little. Later, she was delayed by the perplexing butterfly illusion. Later, she didn't have the life to see the fire spring again. Aunt Ru's sudden choking sound caused the originally relaxed and happy atmosphere to suddenly become heavy. Long Fei Yi held Han Yunshi's hand tightly, but didn't say anything. Gu Qishao and Tang Li walked behind her. Gu Qishao hung onto the straw as if none of this had anything to do with him as he observed their surroundings, while Tang Li stared gloomily at Aunt Ru's back. Although Aunt Ru was uncharacteristically polite to his sister-in-law, his intuition told him that a dog couldn't change its habit of eating shit. She had no good intentions. Yunshi didn't say anything either. Tang Li had told her everything about Consort Wan, but Long Fei Yi didn't seem willing to let her know. Thus, she pretended not to know anything. Seeing that no one spoke, Aunt Ru said, Your Highness, it'll be esteemed Consort Wan's birthday soon. You should stay here for a few more days. The matter of dual cultivation had been kept a secret at Celestial Mountain. Besides Tang Li, no one else in the Tang clan knew about it, much less Aunt Ru. Long Fei Yi still didn't speak, making Tang Li furious. Aunt Ru clearly knew that Consort Wan's death was the saddest thing for Big Brother, so why was she bringing it up? Moreover, there was still Gu and Bailey Mingxiang. Tang Li was about to speak when Han Yunshi beat him to it. She changed the topic. It's been so many years. Has no one ever seen a real flame in Fire Spring? There had never been an open flame in Fire Spring, nor were there any large furnaces nearby. This was what Aunt Ru had said in their previous letters. Aunt Ru didn't answer Han Yunshi, but wanted to continue the topic of Consort Wan. She brought up Consort Wan because she hoped that Long Fei Yi wouldn't forget the sacrifices his imperial father and mother had made. Although the enmity between East and Western Qin was all a misunderstanding, Han Yunshi was still the princess of Western Qin. The Western Qin faction would definitely fight for power with East Qin. Long Fei Yi couldn't forget East Qin's interests for the sake of a woman. But when Aunt Ru turned around, she met Long Fei Ye's cold gaze. She was both angry and helpless, so she could only shut her mouth. Long Fei Yi said cold, "I'm asking you a question." Han Yunshi sneered inwardly. People like Aunt Ru were simply courting death. Although Long Fei Ye's status was noble, he wasn't someone who disrespected his elders. For an elder like Aunt Ru, other than her age, which part of her was like an elder? Princess, if there really is earth fire there, with your ability, finding it will only take a day or two. There's no need to worry, Aunt Ru replied. These words seemed to be praising Han Yunshi's ability, but they were actually flattering her. If Han Yunshi couldn't find the earth fire in a day or two, wouldn't it be very embarrassing? Han Yunshi couldn't be bothered to pay attention to her and didn't ask any more questions. In any case, Aunt Ru didn't know much about the earth fire. It was better for her to personally take a look before discussing it with the others. They quickened their pace and quickly crossed the mountain, arriving at the shade of the mountain. The fire spring was hidden in the valley behind the mountain. It was hidden very deeply. If they didn't take this mountain path, they definitely wouldn't be able to see it. After Han Yunshi and the others crossed the mountain, they walked towards the valley. Not long after, Gu shouted, "There!" Everyone looked down in the direction he was pointing and saw that the valley was covered in a fiery red color, as if it was on fire. Yes, it's there," Aunt Ru said with a smile. "It really looks like fire. So beautiful." Han Yunshi had already secretly activated the detoxification system. Unfortunately, the distance was too far and she couldn't detect any poison. "Princess, do you see it? Fire spring is there. If we go down now, it will be dark soon. Why don't we come back tomorrow?" Aunt Ru suddenly wanted to back out. "No need. Let's go down and take a look first," Han Yunshi said indifferently. "That's true. Princess's poison skills are the best in the world. Who knows, Princess might be able to find the earth fire before the sky turns dark." Aunt Ru immediately took the opportunity to flatter Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi had seen too much flattery. She only felt that it was boring. She pretended not to hear and held Long Fei Ye's hand as she flew down. Gu, Tang Li and the others followed closely behind. Aunt Ru's lips curled into a cold smile as she followed. Before Long Fei Yi and the others came, she had already searched this place many times. She had even dug 5 or 6 meters deep on both sides of the pool, but didn't find any large furnace. She wouldn't be stingy with her praise for Han Yunshi. She wanted to see how capable Han Yunshi was, and what kind of furnace she could find. Soon, the group arrived at the side of the fire spring. Before they got close, Han Yunshi had already detected that there was poison in the fire spring. However, she only knew that there was poison, but she couldn't determine what kind of poison it was. The fire spring wasn't small and had an irregular circular shape. The spring water in the pool was fiery red and bubbling nonstop. It had a kind of magnificent beauty. Han Yunshi carefully observed the surroundings. There were traces of digging around the pool. It was done by Aunt Ru's men. Han Yunshi discovered that the surrounding barren land also had the same poison as the fire spring, and it was hidden rather deeply. She pondered for a moment and came to a definite conclusion: geothermal heat. The poison is hidden underground and has affected the water quality and soil. Then it must be the earth fire. Could the earth fire Qian furnace be at the bottom of the lake? Gu finally spoke. Compared to Gu, Han Yunshi was more cautious. She said seriously, "Not necessarily. It could be another poison. I just can't detect it." Although she could deduce from various signs, she could only be 80% sure when she didn't see the earth fire Kuan furnace, and when she saw the earth fire Kuan furnace, she could only be 90% sure. No one had told them that the fire in the earth fire furnace was definitely the fire of 10,000 poisons. This was their deduction based on Old Man of Alchemy's description. Only when they obtained the earth fire and merged it with the perplexing butterfly illusion to obtain the poisonous teardrop would Han Yunshi be sure that the earth fire was the fire of 10,000 poisons. The perplexing butterfly illusion was used to break by Yanqing's undying body, so Han Yunshi didn't dare to be careless. Long Fei Yi didn't hesitate. Su Donglin, find someone to break the pool and draw water. Aunt Ru stood at the side and said casually, this isn't easy to do. It won't be done without 5 to 6 days. I thought that with the princess here, we would be able to see the earth fire very quickly. Han Yunshi still ignored her, but she stopped Su Donglin. There's no need to trouble so many people. After saying that, she unexpectedly jumped into the fire spring. Han Yunshi, poison lass. Long Fei Yi immediately reached out to pull her back. Gu also rushed over, but it was a pity that the two of them didn't manage to hold her back. The others still hadn't recovered from their shock and were stunned. One must know that the 5 elemental poison and the blood of 10,000 poisons were both incurable poisons. If Han Yunshi was poisoned, she probably wouldn't be able to save herself. Everyone was stunned, including Aunt Ru. But soon, Han Yunshi let everyone see a miracle. Just as Han Yunshi was about to fall into the water in the fire spring disappeared into thin air, not leaving a single drop behind. The large pool was as deep as 2 people. Han Yunshi stood in the middle of the pool, looking up and smiling at everyone. Long Fei Yi was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. But seeing her smile, he couldn't help but smile. How could he forget that this woman had a poison storage space? Other than the blood of 10,000 poisons, she couldn't actively collect other poisons. But for poisons that threatened her life, she could collect them in her poison storage space. With her jump, the innocent fire spring became a threat to her. Han Yunshi smiled and looked casually at Aunt Ru, only to see her. Chapter 1042. Han Yunshi looked towards Aunt Ru, only to see her staring at the empty fire spring with an astonished look, her eyes and mouth agape. Han Yunshi used the momentum to leap up and Aunt Ru finally regained her senses as she stared at her in disbelief. What did this stinky lass do earlier? Why did the entire pond of water disappear? And earlier, she flew up earlier. Wasn't she a trash? How did she know martial arts? Han Yunshi intentionally threw a disdainful glance towards Aunt Ru. Although flattery was boring, but she could still arrogantly crush Aunt Ru. I'll leave the rest to the both of you. Han Yunshi retreated to one side as she crossed her arms and looked on calmly. Long Fei Yi drew out his profound frost sword, while Gu also drew out Emosie's sword spirit. With Long Fei Yi's power and Gu's sword spirit's power, splitting the bottom of the pond was a piece of cake. Seeing Long Fei Yi and Gu making their move, Aunt Ru then hurriedly moved aside. Although she was unwilling, but she still walked over to Han Yunshi's side and stood there for a while before asking in a low voice, Princess, earlier, why did the fire spring water disappear? Han Yunshi looked straight ahead and didn't reply. Aunt Ru was slightly embarrassed as she asked again loudly, Princess, why did the fire spring water disappear? That's poisonous. At this moment, Han Yunshi then unhurriedly replied, I don't know either. Even an idiot could tell that Han Yunshi didn't want to tell Aunt Ru and didn't want to talk nonsense with her. Aunt Ru was embarrassed, angry and embarrassed, so she didn't ask any further as she walked to one side. She shouldn't have come over to ask for a snub. But then again, she was really curious. She looked towards Tang Li, but Tang Li immediately turned his head away, pretending that he didn't see anything. At this moment, the surrounding sword chi surged as Long Fei Yi and Gu both raised their swords and slashed towards the fire spring. The overflowing sword chi was so dazzling that it made people unable to open their eyes. Very quickly, everyone heard a huge crashing sound. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Even Han Yunshi was stunned by this scene. This was the power of the sword and also the power of man. Who said that man's power couldn't overcome the heavens? When the sword chi dissipated and everything returned to normal, a cross-shaped crack appeared at the bottom of the fire spring, and in the middle of the cross, an especially deep hole which could fit 2 people at the same time. Gu's swordsmanship improved by leaps and bounds? Long Fei Ye's shock. Actually, Gu Qixiao's martial arts hadn't improved by much. His strength came from the Moi sword spirit from the ancient times. Han Yunxi couldn't be bothered to explain too much as she immediately went into the fire spring. Long Fei Yi and Gu followed closely behind. Tang Li and the others wanted to chase after them, but Han Yunxi stopped them and told Long Fei Yi and Gu to go back. There's poison. Everyone stay away from it. 10 steps away. Han Yunxi said seriously. Everyone had no choice but to retreat. Han Yunxi activated the detoxification system and immediately found that the source of the poison was less than a person's height. The heat of the earth fire was different from that of the sky fire. The sky fire's heat was only heat, but the poison fire's heat was poisonous. Once in contact with it for too long, there would be a threat of poisoning. If there were wounds on the body that hadn't healed, the poison would spread even faster. Although she had the protection of the poison storage space, and was basically invulnerable to poison, she was still cautious and quickly retreated to the shore. Long Fei Yi, the earthly fire Kuan furnace should be down there. Han Yunxi said seriously. Long Fei Yi understood and raised his sword into the air before slashing down into the fire spring. This time, the big hole in the middle of the cross collapsed. The entire bottom of the fire spring had collapsed. According to Han Yunxi's detection of the poison fire's location, the earthly fire Kuan furnace should be visible now. The heavenly fire Qian furnace in the medicine requesting cave was 10 stories tall. The earthly fire Kuan furnace couldn't be that short. However, everyone didn't see the furnace's shadow in the huge pit. They only felt a wave of heat. This wave of heat was all poison. Previously, the poison fire had dissolved in the water and the water wouldn't spread. As long as they didn't fall into the fire spring, they would be fine. But now there was nothing that could suppress the poison fire's heat. This heat and the air turned into a wave of heat that spread to the surroundings. This wasn't just a wave of heat, it was poison gas. Sensing the poison approaching, Han Yunxi immediately ordered everyone to continue retreating. If this was any other territory, Long Fei Yi would be worried about Han Yunxi. However, this was the Tang sect, so Long Fei Yi didn't have to worry. Even if Aunt Ru still had enmity towards Han Yunxi, he could guarantee that she wouldn't dare to set up an ambush. Moreover, the current Han Yunxi was no longer the Duke of Qin's manor that didn't even know how to fight. She had the courage and ability to take charge. Long Fei Yi and everyone else retreated to the back. He leapt into the air and landed on a large tree. Gu immediately caught up and sat on a branch next to him. Perhaps it was because Long Fei had thoroughly defeated him on New Year's Eve that Gu Qixiao was still in a daze. Or perhaps it was because the Tang clan was Long Fei's territory, but Gu Qixiao hadn't said a word during this trip. The two of them were very quiet as they looked at the woman they both liked from afar. It was only because of Han Yunxi that they could find common ground. Very soon, Han Yunxi had a clear picture of the distribution of poisons in the pit. She increasingly felt that it was strange. The source of the poison she detected now was much deeper than before. This meant that as the ground sank, the source of the poison was sinking as well. How could this be? If the earthly fire Kuan furnace was similar to the heavenly fire universe, the source of the poison shouldn't be so small, and it shouldn't sink with the ground. One had to know that this kind of furnace was extremely heavy, and it was as stable as Mount Tai when it was buried deep underground. It shouldn't be shaken by external forces. Han Yunxi wasn't afraid of poison, but she was most afraid of fire. She was especially careful as she endured the incoming heat wave and walked towards the deep hole in the center of the pit. The heat wave was surging out from this deep hole. Han Yunxi saw a very unexpected scene when she reached the entrance. There was nothing in the deep hole except for a very small furnace. If not for Han Yunshi's good eyesight, she might not have been able to see such a deep hole. This furnace didn't look like an alchemy furnace at all. Instead, it looked like a hand warmer used to warm one's hands in winter, or an incense burner placed on a tea table. The poisonous heat wave was being emitted from this small furnace. Therefore, it was the earthly fire Kuan furnace. This was indeed a world of difference from the heavenly fire Qian furnace. Han Yunshi quickly jumped down and fished out the earthly fire Kuan furnace. This furnace was very similar to the heavenly fire Qian furnace. It emitted heat waves, but the furnace itself wasn't hot at all. Moreover, there were no traces of fire. If not for Han Yunshi's ability to detect poison, she really wouldn't believe that this dusty little thing was the earthly fire Kuan furnace. She might even treat this little thing as an antique. Han Yunshi held the small furnace and waved at Long Fei Yi and the others, indicating that she had obtained the item. Long Fei Yi and Gu were very surprised when they saw the item in Han Yunshi's hands. That's the earthly fire Kuan furnace? How can it be compared to the heavenly fire Qian furnace? Gu asked in disbelief. Long Fei Yi turned around and glanced at him. He didn't say a word and immediately went down the tree. What are you looking at? Although Gu was unhappy, he still followed. At this moment, Han Yunshi had already placed the earthly fire Kuan furnace beside the ruins of the fire spring and walked towards Long Fei Yi and the others. This earthly fire Kuan furnace was an item that emitted poisonous heat waves, so she had to stay away from everyone. It's really that thing? Long Fei Yi asked. It can't be wrong. That's the earthly fire Kuan furnace. Han Yunshi was very sure. Then we'll have to ignite it. Long Fei Yi said seriously. What they wanted wasn't the furnace, but the poisonous earth fire, or it could be said that it was the will-o'-the-wisp. Han Yunshi nodded seriously. Without the will-o'-the-wisp, I can't be sure that it's the fire of 10,000 poisons. Poison lass, try the cultivation technique that old madman taught you. Heavenly fire and earthly fire must be connected. Gu said. Let's give it a try. Long Fei Yi agreed. Han Yunshi nodded and immediately turned back. She didn't know why, but she felt that things were going too smoothly, as if something was wrong. Han Yunshi walked to the side of the earthly fire Kuan furnace. Using the cultivation technique that old man of alchemy taught her, she wanted to use the heat emitted by the earthly fire Kuan furnace to transform her cultivation into fire. Long Fei Yi and Gu watched nervously, waiting for the earthly fire to be summoned. However, Han Yunshi tried for a long time, but there wasn't even a shadow of fire under her palm. Everyone finally felt uneasy, realizing that things weren't that simple. Han Yunshi tried for a long time again, but she still didn't succeed. She didn't believe in heresy, so she used the power of the phoenix to guide the fire. Who knew that the result would be the same? Looks like we're in trouble, Gu muttered to himself. Brother, did we find the wrong furnace? How can that small furnace be the earthly fire Kuan furnace? Tang Li asked. Long Fei Yi didn't say anything, looking at Han Yunshi. Aunt Ru watched from the side. She didn't understand these things, so she was also full of doubts. Han Yunshi finally gave up. She walked towards everyone with a helpless expression. Looks like we still have to find a way to guide the fire. Su Donglin, write a letter to the medicinal hut, Long Fei Yi immediately instructed. Presumably, no one in this world was more familiar with the earthly fire Kuan furnace than the old man of alchemy. A complicated look flashed past Gu's eyes. He seemed to want to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. This was the Tang sect's territory, so they naturally wouldn't lose anything. Moreover, the earthly fire Kuan furnace wasn't something that just anyone could get close to. Han Yunshi left the earthly fire Kuan furnace where it was and went back with everyone. The Tang sect and the medicinal hut weren't too far apart. Han Yunshi and the others received a letter from the old man of alchemy after a day and night. The contents of the letter gave everyone a shock. The old man of alchemy said that there's only one way to guide the earthly fire, and that is to use heavenly lightning. As soon as Long Fei Yi finished speaking, Aunt Ru laughed. There's really heavenly lightning guiding the earthly fire? Aunt Ru quickly became embarrassed because no one laughed. Han Yunshi asked seriously, "What's heavenly lightning?" She wasn't naive enough to think that heavenly lightning was thunder from the sky. Long Fei Yi looked down and answered, "Heavenly fire guiding spring thunder. It's spring now. It looks like we came at the right time." "Then we have to bring the earthly fire Kuan furnace to the medicinal hut?" Tang Li asked. "No, that thing is poisonous. We can't bring it out of the forest," Han Yunshi said seriously. "We can only ask Pill Elder to send the heavenly fire to the Tang sect." As soon as she finished speaking, Aunt Ru suddenly laughed. Princess. Chapter 1043. While everyone was talking, Aunt Ru suddenly laughed and praised Han Yunshi again. She said, "Princess, I didn't expect you to have the ability to invite the old man of alchemy over. As expected of a princess, you have a lot of face. Aunt Ru, I admire you. In my opinion, other than the princess, the old man of alchemy won't give face to anyone else in this world." Aunt Ru said and gave an exaggerated thumbs up. Amazing, amazing. Aunt Ru didn't know about the true friendship between Han Yunshi and the old man of alchemy, nor did she know what they went through in the medicine-requesting cave. Aunt Ru was just taking the opportunity to praise Han Yunshi and put her on a pedestal, waiting for her to fall. The higher one was put on a pedestal, the harder it would be to fall, right? According to Aunt Ru's understanding, even the Dean of Medical City's medical school had personally invited her, but the old man of alchemy had ignored him. Although Han Yunshi had asked for medicine and pills in the medicine-requesting cave, she didn't have such a deep friendship with the old man of alchemy that she could make the old man of alchemy make an exception. Aunt Ru said and smiled, looking at Han Yunshi, waiting for this brat to be humble and awkwardly explain to her. She couldn't do anything to this brat, but she wouldn't let go of this opportunity. This time, she had to suppress her arrogance. The people around them who knew the truth didn't say anything. Han Yunshi looked at Aunt Ru and sneered in her heart. It seemed that if she didn't completely crush Aunt Ru today, Aunt Ru would come to bother her in the future. Han Yunshi said coldly, "Aunt Ru, what do you mean by that?" Aunt Ru obviously knew that Han Yunshi could tell that she was up to no good. She played dumb and said innocently, "Princess, I'm just praising you. I don't mean anything else. Please don't misunderstand." Han Yunshi said coldly, "So you're saying that you looked down on this princess before? Aunt Ru, when did this princess offend you? Why do you look down on this princess? You said this princess is capable now, so does that mean this princess was not capable before?" Aunt Ru smiled apologetically. No, I'm more capable now. If it weren't for the princess, who would be able to invite the old man of alchemy out?" "That's true." Han Yunshi graciously accepted Aunt Ru's praise. "Without this princess, you wouldn't even be able to find the earth fire. Not to mention inviting Dan Lao over. Aunt Ru, at least you know what's good for you. You know what this princess is capable of." Hearing this, Aunt Ru was dumbfounded. She almost didn't understand the meaning behind Han Yunshi's words. She had praised Han Yunshi so highly, but Han Yunshi did not give herself a way out. Instead, she was showing off. Was this stinky girl not afraid of falling to her death? Aunt Ru pursed her lips and said, Hee, then I'll wait for the princess to invite the old man of alchemy over. I've heard of the old man of alchemy for a long time, but I've never seen him in person. This time, it's all thanks to the princess's good fortune. I wonder when the princess will be able to invite the old man of alchemy over? Han Yunshi looked towards Long Fei Yi. Just as she was about to speak, Long Fei Yi said, "The old man of alchemy has already set off with the heavenly fire. It will take him at least 7 days to travel from the medicinal hut to the Tang sect." Han Yunshi originally wanted to ask Long Fei Yi to send someone to invite the old man of alchemy over. She didn't expect that the old man of alchemy would come before them. This wasn't for her face, but for Gu's. But against the irritating Aunt Ru, she could only borrow Gu Qishao's face. She told Aunt Ru, "Then you can wait a few days. Once you see the old man of alchemy, you'll have nothing to do with it." Han Yunshi was implying that after seeing the old man of alchemy, Aunt Ru should go back to guard the tomb. Aunt Ru had long been stupefied. She didn't expect Han Yunshi to have such skills. Just how did this stinky girl get on good terms with the old man of alchemy? How did she do it? She stared blankly at Han Yunshi and suddenly realized that the girl in front of her was no longer the same Han Yunshi who only knew poisons. She had a noble status, her martial arts were strong, and she had a wide network of connections. She no longer needed to hide under Fei's protection, but could stand on her own. In the past 2 years, Han Yunshi had grown so much. But what about her? For the past 2 years, she'd been trapped in the mountains guarding the tomb. Aside from obsessing over the enmity between Eastern and Western Qin, she'd done nothing else. She'd even forgotten about the perplexing butterfly illusion. She was still stupid enough to treat Han Yunshi as the useless Han clan daughter, who only knew poisons? Aunt Ru finally realized how laughable and senseless she'd been. She also realized that she was lying to herself. No matter how unwilling she was, she had to face the truth. Han Yunshi was worthy of Fei. Fei had been right to choose Han Yunshi over Duanmu Yao. Aunt Ru didn't say anything else. She bowed to Long Fei Yi and left. After Aunt Ru left, Gu Qishao suddenly blurted out, "She's finally gone. So annoying." Tang Li felt a little awkward and pretended not to hear. Long Fei didn't say a word from start to finish. This was the Tang clan, where his imperial father and mother were buried. Aunt Ru had the status of an elder, so it wasn't appropriate for him to say too much. Moreover, Han Yunshi's words and actions didn't disappoint him, much less make him lose face. For the next few days, they didn't see Aunt Ru at all. 5 days later, the old man of alchemy arrived at the Tang clan, a few days earlier than expected. As soon as the old man of alchemy arrived, Gu disappeared. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi both knew what was going on and pretended not to know anything. The old man of alchemy dressed up before going out. He didn't look as unkempt and dirty as he did in the alchemy furnace. Han Yunshi didn't know if it was because of his dressing up, but she noticed that the old man of alchemy's complexion was much better than before. He was full of energy, as if he had become a few years younger. Although there had been a lot of unhappiness between them, the old man of alchemy had come today. No matter who it was, he had the intention to help them. Long Fei Yi bowed to the old man of alchemy. "Old Dan, you've had a long journey. It must have been hard on you." The old man of alchemy seemed to be in a good mood. He chuckled. "It wasn't hard at all. It's rare for the old man to come out. Just treat it as a spring outing." Han Yunshi's attention was focused on the small furnace in the old man of alchemy's hand. It was a small and exquisite copper furnace. It was very similar to a hand warmer, but it was completely sealed. She couldn't see what was inside. The old man of alchemy held it with both hands. He was very careful. When he saw Han Yunshi looking over, the old man of alchemy carefully opened the lid of the furnace. For a moment, flames rushed out and so did the heat. The old man of alchemy hurriedly covered it and smiled. "I only brought a few flames. It should be enough." Han Yunshi was relieved. She directly took the old man of alchemy to the fire spring without alerting too many people. After all, the search for the fire of 10,000 poisons must be kept secret. The old man of alchemy didn't ask about Gu's whereabouts. It seemed that he had sincerely come to help them. Holding the small furnace, he lowered his head and silently followed Han Yunshi. Su Donglin had explained the situation of the earthly fire Kuan furnace in his letter, but when the old man of alchemy saw it with his own eyes, he still found it very hard to believe. "How is this furnace used to refine pills?" the old man of alchemy asked, puzzled. Even he didn't understand, let alone Han Yunshi and Long Fei Yi. "Old man of alchemy, this furnace doesn't need to be used to refine pills. We only need the poisonous flames in the furnace," Han Yunshi said seriously. The earthly fire was very likely the fire of 10,000 poisons. As for why they were looking for the fire of 10,000 poisons, it wasn't convenient for them to reveal it. While Han Yunshi and the others were bitterly searching, Bai Yanqing was definitely looking for these things as well. Did Bai Yanqing know that Jun Yixie had used the poison pond to cultivate poison in Medicine City? With his ability, it wouldn't be difficult for him to determine that the pond water was the water of 10,000 poisons. Han Yunshi had too many doubts about Bai Yanqing. She could only ignore the things she couldn't figure out. In any case, they had to get everything they could as quickly as possible. That was the way to go. Although he was a bit distressed about the earthly fire Kuan furnace, the old man of alchemy had come with the intention of helping, so he didn't ask too many questions. The old man of alchemy glanced at the earthly fire Kuan furnace from afar, then began to observe the weather. Spring thunder as a contract, heavenly fire to attract heavenly thunder, and heavenly thunder to attract earthly fire. He muttered to himself, "We need to wait for a thunderstorm." Su Donglin, set up camp nearby and stand guard, Long Fei Yi ordered. It was currently spring, and the Tang sect was located in the south. It wasn't difficult to wait for a thunderstorm. Old Pill Master, is this earthly fire as vigorous as heavenly fire? Han Yunshi asked, puzzled. She had always been puzzled. If earthly fire was as vigorous as heavenly fire, how was she going to merge it with the perplexing butterfly illusion? There wasn't much perplexing butterfly illusion left. She still had to leave it for the poison beast blood and poison insect blood. The old man of alchemy stroked his beard and helplessly shook his head. This old man has only heard of heavenly thunder attracting earthly fire. As for how vigorous this fire is, this old man has never seen it for himself. Han Yunshi furrowed her brows. If the earthly fire was as vigorous as heavenly fire, would she be able to use a small flame like the old man of alchemy? Su Donglin led his men to set up camp. The old man of alchemy and Han Yunshi settled down beside the fire's spring and waited for the thunderstorm to arrive. They waited for 2 days. During these 2 days, the old man of alchemy and Han Yunshi discussed many issues regarding medicinal pills. For the first time, Han Yunshi discovered that the old man of alchemy was actually a very serious old man. He wasn't crazy at all. Long Fei Yi asked about Phoenix power in a roundabout way. Unfortunately, the old man of alchemy didn't know much, so Long Fei Yi didn't ask any more questions. That night, the air in the camp was especially stuffy. Everyone went outside to get some fresh air. Han Yunshi looked outside and discovered that there wasn't a single star in the sky. You couldn't see any stars at night. Either the moon was too bright, or there were dark clouds. Today is the 7th day of the 2nd lunar month, right? Han Yunshi asked. Yes. Tang Li immediately answered. In the past, he never knew the time, but in the past half a year, he remembered the date clearly. How could Han Yunshi not remember it too? Gu Beiwei calculated that Ning Jing's due date was the 27th day of the 2nd lunar month. There were still 20 days left. In other words, Ning Jing could give birth to the child at any time during this period of time. What was the situation at Tiger's prison now? Ning Nua should have sent the news of the northern expedition being postponed. Seeing Han Yunshi's somewhat dim eyes, Tang Li was calm. He smiled and said, "In a few days, Ning Jing will give birth. I'll really be a father. Is being a father real or fake?" Han Yunshi smiled helplessly. Chapter 1044. If he wanted to be a father, then so be it. Was there any difference between real and fake? Tang Li scratched the back of his head. He didn't know how to answer. The old man of alchemy didn't know what was going on. After listening to their conversation, he looked at Tang Li and said with a smile, "Congratulations, sect leader Tang." "Congratulations." Tang Li was slightly surprised. Then, he smiled and returned the greeting. "Old Dan, when the child's full moon ceremony is held, you must come and support us. Deference is no substitute for obedience." The old man of alchemy readily agreed. Tang Li was overjoyed. He seemed to be more relaxed when he talked about the child with the old man of alchemy, who didn't know the situation. Han Yunshi couldn't help but look around. She knew that Gu must be hiding nearby. She didn't know how that guy would react after hearing this. As they were chatting, a muffled rumbling sound suddenly came from the sky. For a moment, everyone stood up excitedly. "It's going to thunder! Old Dan, quick, get ready! This spring thunder is definitely not small." In just a few sentences, the rumbling sound of thunder became louder. It was as if countless thunder chariots were rolling over the clouds. The sky was about to collapse. The old man of alchemy quickly took out the small alchemy furnace from the tent. According to the previous preparations, Long Fei Yi brought the old man of alchemy to a big rock on the right. All the obstacles between this big rock and the earthly fire Kuan furnace, whether it was trees, flowers, or stones, were all removed. The old man of alchemy stood there and could see the earthly fire Kuan furnace clearly. On the other side of the ruins of the fire spring, a tall stone pillar had been built. The earthly fire Kuan furnace was placed on top of that stone pillar. In fact, this method was very dangerous. Because copper was conductive, there were a large number of freely moving electric ions. If it was placed so high in such an open space, it would be extremely easy to attract lightning strikes, and lightning strikes could easily cause fires. Obviously, the earthly fire Kuan furnace and the heavenly thunder that the old man of alchemy mentioned were things that Han Yunshi could not explain. She could only follow the old man of alchemy's actions. Han Yunshi was a little far from the stone pillar. She had to take care of her own safety. She didn't want to be struck to death by lightning, and she didn't want to give those who resented her a chance to laugh at her. Soon, the dull sound of thunder became loud and clear. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. A lightning bolt struck down and hit the top of a mountain not far away. Han Yunshi gestured to the old man of alchemy and Long Fei Yi, indicating that she was ready. Long Fei Yi shouted, "Be careful!" Han Yunshi didn't think to shout back. She gestured back to Long Fei Yi, but Long Fei Yi shouted again, "Did you hear me? I heard you. You guys be careful too." Han Yunshi could only shout back. That guy seemed to need to hear her voice to be at ease. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi had told them to be careful, so Tang Li and the others just watched from afar at the camp. They didn't dare to act rashly. There were heavenly thunder, heavenly fire, and earthly fire and ghost fire. No one could predict the danger. Gu, who hadn't appeared for a few days, was actually nearby. He wasn't far from Han Yunshi. Soon, the sky suddenly brightened. Then, another deafening thunder struck nearby. The old man of alchemy opened the lid of the furnace. For a moment, heat waves rushed out, but the fire was very weak. The heavenly fire was not as strong as it was a few days ago. The heavenly fire in the furnace was preserved by the old man of alchemy. As time passed, his power would gradually disappear, and the fire would gradually die out. After leaving the heavenly fire Qian furnace, the heat waves would gradually cool down as time passed. After the old man of alchemy put down the furnace, he immediately turned his power into fire. Long Fei Yi followed beside him. Long Fei Yi's power was much stronger than that of the old man of alchemy. Soon, the small flame in the furnace suddenly became strong. Gradually, the flame tongue stretched out of the furnace. "Old Dan, leave it to me. Just tell me what to do," Long Fei Yi said seriously. "Okay. Just do as the old man says," the old man of alchemy said. Long Fei Yi said seriously. "Okay." The old man of alchemy observed the sky. Hearing the rumbling thunder, he quickly said, "Quick, it's above the earthly fire Kuan furnace. Summon the fire dragon and attack." Long Fei Yi immediately used the power of the lustbite, turning his power into fire. In an instant, a huge fire dragon flew out of the furnace and rushed into the sky. For a moment, the fire lit up the entire mountain forest. Under the illumination of the fire, the dark clouds in the sky looked especially terrifying. Everyone unconsciously looked up at the sky. The strength of the fire dragon's hand seemed to be insufficient. However, Long Fei quickly used his power and fiercely pushed it. This time, the huge fire dragon surged into the clouds. Almost at the same time, the sky was suddenly filled with lightning and thunder rumbled. It seemed that all the lightning and thunder gathered in that area. Soon, they saw that there was lightning in the fire. The purple light flickered in the raging fire. Looking up from afar, this scene was incomparably grand and majestic, shocking one's heart. This was the real heavenly fire. It was like a stream of fire pouring down from the sky. Suddenly, the rumbling thunder became very close and very loud. It was as if all the thunder had gathered into one. Once it struck down, it would be enough to shatter the entire mountain. Everyone was shocked by this scene. "Your Highness, the heavenly thunder is about to come down. We can start now," the old man of alchemy said seriously. "Han Yunshi, back off," Long Fei shouted again. Who knew that as soon as his voice fell, a huge purple lightning flashed out of the fire dragon. Then, there was a loud rumbling sound. The heavenly thunder was like fire and lightning, surging with power. It fell with an avalanche and hit the earthly fire Koan furnace. Bang! Another earth-shaking sound. As soon as the sound fell, all the flames were extinguished. The large fire pond was filled with flying rocks and white smoke. Han Yunshi had already jumped into the air and escaped. The smoke was too big and there was too much dust. The entire fire pond was surrounded by a vast expanse of white. The sky was also dark, so she couldn't see anything. Han Yunshi landed on a big tree. Although it wasn't far, it wasn't close either. She was about 200 to 300 meters away from the fire pond. Blocked by the smoke, Han Yunshi couldn't see Long Fei and the others. She was about to fly over when the detoxification system suddenly issued a very urgent warning. The concentration of the earthly fire's poison was rapidly increasing. Moreover, it was spreading to the surroundings at lightning speed. Han Yunshi was startled. Soon, the big tree under her feet withered. The bowl-sized trunk withered in an instant. As soon as Han Yunshi leapt into the air, the tree toppled over. None of the plants around it were spared. The intensity of the poison and the speed at which it spread completely exceeded Han Yunshi's imagination. Long Fei! She couldn't help but shout. She didn't care about anything else. She used her legs to push against each other and flew up into the sky. She shouted, "Long Fei, it's poisonous. Go. Take everyone away. Leave this mountain, quick!" Who knew that she would see Long Fei, Tang Li, and Su Donglin flying over? Go. Han Yunshi was so shocked that her heart almost stopped. No matter who was poisoned, they would immediately die and their bodies would turn black. There was no cure for this poison. Hearing Han Yunshi's voice, Long Fei and the others all stopped. Go. It's poisonous. Quickly. Leave this place. Han Yunshi shouted as she flew towards them. Long Fei made a prompt decision and pulled Old Man of Alchemy to the top of the mountain. Tang Li, Su Donglin, Bailey Mingxiang, and a few Shadow Guard also followed closely behind and ran for their lives. They only heard Han Yunshi's anxious shout, but they didn't know how serious the situation was. However, Han Yunshi saw everything clearly from behind. Behind them, the grass and trees were withering with the swiftness of a clap of thunder. The poison had already spread into the air. Han Yunshi fully activated the detoxification system. The detoxification system immediately analyzed the data clearly. The poison in the air was less than 3 steps away from Bailey Mingxiang and the Shadow Guard, who were walking at the back. In other words, once Bailey Mingxiang and the Shadow Guard slowed down, they would most likely be poisoned. Hurry up and run. Mingxiang, hurry up. You're in danger. Han Yunshi shouted, but they all ran far away and didn't hear her voice. What to do? The poison was still spreading crazily, and its speed was getting faster and faster. Originally, she thought that she would be able to see the earth fire once the heavenly lightning struck. Who knew that she wouldn't be able to see the earth fire until now? Instead, she encountered such a poison disaster. Han Yunshi steeled her heart and could only use the method of cutting the weeds and eliminating the root. She turned around and plunged headfirst into the smoke. To prevent herself from choking, she could only hold her breath. However, when she entered the smoke, she didn't see a vast expanse of white as she expected. Instead, she saw an extremely enchanting purple flame that was only the size of a palm. It burned in the vast expanse of white smoke, emitting a mysterious and strange aura. This flame was highly toxic. The detoxification system's beeping sound was so loud that it almost exploded Han Yunshi's ears. She decisively turned off the detoxification system and flew over without hesitation. Who knew that she would crash heavily into a stone pillar with a bang? Only then did Han Yunshi remember that she had placed the earthly fire koan furnace high up on the stone pillar. She ignored the pain on the bridge of her nose and hurriedly flew up the stone pillar. When she got closer, she could clearly see that this flame was emitted from the earthly fire koan furnace. The earthly fire koan furnace had been ignited. Han Yunshi was worried about Long Fei Yi and the rest. She didn't have time to be happy, nor did she have time to be nervous about whether this earth fire was the fire of 10,000 poisons. She hurriedly opened the furnace lid, took out the perplexing butterfly illusion, and dripped a drop into the flame. Suddenly, the fire was extinguished. It was extinguished in an instant and disappeared. In the middle of the furnace, there was a fiery red tear-shaped object lying quietly. Its appearance was exactly the same as the poisonous teardrop that Han Yunshi had obtained previously. That's right. The earth fire was the fire of 10,000 poisons. Han Yunshi had obtained the 7th poisonous teardrop. Han Yunshi, who was so nervous that she was covered in sweat, finally relaxed. But the moment she relaxed, she inhaled the smoke and coughed violently. She hurriedly stored the poisonous teardrop into her poison storage space and activated the detoxification system. Only after confirming that the earthly fire koan furnace was no longer poisonous did she leave with peace of mind. Han Yunshi hurriedly escaped from the smoke and didn't notice that Gu had followed behind her and escaped from the side. She hurriedly went to find Long Fei Yi and the rest. She looked around in a big circle, only to see that the surroundings were like a battlefield after a war. Everything was in ruins, but she didn't see the figures of Long Fei Yi and the rest. Where are they? Han Yunshi's heart was in her mouth. She hurriedly went to the top of the mountain to look for them. Chapter 1045. Han Yunshi's heart was in her throat as she anxiously flew to the top of the mountain. Gu followed behind her silently. When Han Yunshi reached the top of the mountain, she saw Long Fei Yi and the others standing on the edge of the cliff not far away, staring at the white fog in the valley. Seeing that they were all fine, Han Yunshi finally breathed a sigh of relief, and her hanging heart finally settled down. She looked at Long Fei Yi's back and laughed in her heart. "Idiot, I'm already here, and you still can't see me?" Actually, Long Fei Yi couldn't be blamed for this. Visibility was not good at night, and with the dark clouds, rumbling thunder, and heavy rain, it was hard to see clearly even if someone was right in front of them. Moreover, this mountain was very big. After Han Yunshi escaped from the fog, she forgot to look at the direction and hurriedly flew to the top of the mountain. The way she came up was completely opposite from the way Long Fei Yi and the others looked. It was no wonder that Long Fei Yi and the others couldn't see her. When Han Yunshi was looking at Long Fei Yi, Gu was looking at Han Yunshi. He chased after her all the way and was currently invisible. He whispered dotingly, "Idiot, I'm here too, and you still don't know." Han Yunshi was about to call out to Long Fei Yi, but she suddenly stopped. A sly look flashed past her eyes, and she quietly walked towards him. Perhaps the wind and thunder were too loud, or perhaps Long Fei Yi was too focused on the white fog in the valley. He didn't notice that someone was approaching him from behind, and Tang Li and the others didn't notice either. As for the shadow guard, who was invisible around them, anyone could see that the princess did it on purpose. Who would ruin her plans? Just like that, Han Yunshi quietly walked to Long Fei Ye's back step by step. Brother, what should we do? It's been so long, why hasn't sister-in-law come up yet? Tang Li was anxious. Has the poison dissipated? Old Man of Alchemy was also worried. Your Highness, why don't we send the poison guards down to look for her? Bailey Mingxiang also spoke up. Long Fei Yi didn't answer anyone. He wished he could go down to look for her himself, but he could only wait. The poison of the earth fire was incurable. Once it was touched, one would immediately die and their body would turn black. Sometimes, he would rather Han Yunshi didn't know martial arts. If she didn't know martial arts, she wouldn't take risk. Seeing that Long Fei didn't reply, no one dared to say more. They kept staring at the white mist. In the silence, Long Fei Yi slowly fist. But Han Yunshi suddenly reached out from behind and hugged him by the waist. But Long's S's ants. SSSS. We've got the thing we wanted. Han Yunshi was very happy. Just as she was about to let go, Long Fei Yi tightened his grip and refused to let go. He said unhappily, "When did you come up?" "Just now. I couldn't find you guys, so I found my way up." Han Yunshi answered truthfully. She struggled for a while, but Long Fei Yi still refused to let go. She became anxious and struggled even harder. She was just joking with him. Wasn't he embarrassed to hold on to her and refuse to let go in front of so many people? "Why didn't you say anything when you found us?" Long Fei Yi asked again. "I wanted to give you guys a surprise." Han Yunshi emphasized the word, "you guys," to remind Long Fei Yi that there was a group of people beside him. He knew his limits. Tang Li glanced at Long Fei Ye's waist. He didn't know if it was Han Yunshi who was hugging Long Fei Ye's waist, or if it was Long Fei Yi who was holding Han Yunshi's waist. In any case, their hands were intertwined and they looked very intimate. Long Fei Ye's figure was especially tall. Tang Li deliberately turned his head and saw Han Yunshi hiding behind Long Fei Yi. This time, Tang Li was sure that Han Yunshi wasn't hugging Long Fei Yi, but Long Fei Yi who was holding her. Han Yunshi's entire body was pressed against Long Fei Ye's back. Her face was also buried in his back, so he couldn't see her expression. Han Yunshi was the only one who could hug someone from behind like this. "Since sister-in-law is fine, I'll take my leave first. If it rains, it will be very heavy." Tang Li tactfully slipped away. As soon as Tang Li left, Bailey Mingxiang also left quietly. Su Donglin sent the old man of alchemy away. Soon, only Han Yunshi and Long Fei Yi were left on the cliff. Everyone was so tactful and deliberately left. Han Yunshi blushed. Fortunately, she buried her head behind Long Fei Yi. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to face others. After everyone left, she couldn't help but say unhappily, "Long Fei Yi, let go." "Give me a reason to let go?" Long Fei Yi asked in return. Did this woman know how worried he was? How could she still be in the mood to joke with him? Actually, Han Yunshi didn't mean to play hide-and-seek with him. She was so scared that she almost lost her heart. "I'm uncomfortable. I'm uncomfortable because you're strangling me," Han Yunshi said pitifully. No matter how serious the matter was, Long Fei Yi could only let go when she said that she was uncomfortable. He turned around. He wanted to glare at her for a while, but who knew that when he turned around, he would see a small bruise on Han Yunshi's nose. "Long Fei Yi, I'm looking for. Don't move!" Long Fei Yi was very fierce. He lifted her chin and looked at her nose seriously. "Cold?" he asked. "How did you get hurt?" Han Yunshi then remembered the pain on her nose. She smiled and said, "I couldn't see my way in the smoke and accidentally bumped into a stone pillar. It's just a small injury. It's fine." Long Fei Yi pressed on it carefully and asked, "Does it hurt?" "It doesn't hurt. It's fine." Han Yunshi was still smiling. But soon enough, Long Fei made it impossible for her to smile as he pressed down hard. "It hurts. Be gentler," Han Yunshi shouted. "Get a doctor." Long Fei Ye's face was frighteningly cold as he pulled her away. Han Yunshi stopped him. It'll be fine after it hurts for a while. I can apply the medicine myself. Long Fei Yi didn't listen to her. After going down the mountain to find a doctor, he would probably have to write a letter to Gu Beiwei and ask Gu Beiwei to prescribe medicine. If Gu Beiwei knew that he was using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, who knew how he would feel? Soon, Han Yunxi's words made Long Fei Yi stop abruptly. She said very seriously, "Long Fei Yi, can you wait for a while? Let me hug you properly. I couldn't find you just now." Before Han Yunxi could finish her words, Long Fei Yi pulled her into a tight embrace. She wasn't the only one who panicked when she couldn't find him. He wanted to hug her even more. "Tighter, okay?" Han Yunxi asked softly. Long Fei Yi didn't speak, but hugged her even tighter. Still, Han Yunxi wasn't satisfied. Her voice was very soft, as if she was pleading with him. "Fei, it's not enough. Hold me tighter." It was said that the more experience one had, the braver one would be. But why was it that after experiencing so many life and death situations with him, the more afraid she was of death, the less able she was to take risk? It was said that having something gave one a sense of security. But why was it that the more she had, the more she couldn't bear to lose it? Sometimes she wanted to keep her distance from him, but when they were truly apart, her heart would fluster. As long as Han Yunxi had a request, Long Fei Yi would satisfy it no matter what it was. But right now, he was afraid that if he used too much strength, it would hurt her again. He simply pushed her aside and lowered his head to capture her lip. Kissing and sucking, he gradually deepened the kiss. She unconsciously wrapped her arms around his neck and gradually raised her head to meet his, giving and demanding. She allowed him to drive in and kiss him passionately. After the heavenly lightning struck, the sky was still filled with lightning. A bolt of lightning flashed across the horizon, illuminating the two of them kissing and hugging. Following that was a sudden clap of thunder, large droplets of rain fell from the sky. But the two of them ignored everything and kissed passionately, enjoying each other and having each other. Who cared about thunder and rain when love was so strong? Han Yunxi was kissed until she was dizzy and dizzy. She only knew that Long Fei Yi had picked her up in his arms, but she had no idea how they got back to their quarters. Before she could share the joy of finding the fire of 10,000 poisons, Han Yunxi was thoroughly devoured by Long Fei Yi. Once the two of them had calmed down, he took her to the hot spring in the afternoon to drive away the cold. Han Yunxi lazily leaned against the side of the pool, wishing she could fall asleep right away. Long Fei Yi refused and carefully helped her dry her hair before carrying her back to the bed to sleep. The next morning, when Tang Li and the others saw Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi eating together, they were very puzzled. "When did the two of them come back last night?" "Your Highness, old Dan is going back," Su Donglin hurriedly reported. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi quickly got up. Old Dan had helped them a lot and they still hadn't thanked him. Su Donglin took out a box and respectfully presented it. "Your Highness, old Dan has already left. He's in a hurry to go back and refine pills, so there's no need to see him off. You can give this to Gu." Long Fei Yi took the box and wanted to open it, but he hesitated and didn't move. He didn't ask where Gu was and just carried it with him. He said, "Go to the Poison Lands and find the earthly fire Koan furnace. Give it to old Dan as a thank you gift." Although the earthly fire Koan furnace didn't have earthly fire, the furnace's material wasn't ordinary. It was much better than the other furnaces in old Dan's hands. Tang Li couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Gu's matters. He anxiously asked, "Sister-in-law, can you let me take a look at the fire of 10,000 poisons?" Han Yunxi took out the poisonous teardrop formed by the fire of 10,000 poisons. Everyone looked at it, but they couldn't figure out what it was. "Sister-in-law, how do you use these poisonous teardrops?" Tang Li still didn't understand. If the perplexing butterfly illusion and this guiding herb were the antidote to the poison Gu man, could it be that Bai Yanqing had to eat all the poisonous teardrops? That wasn't realistic. Han Yunxi was also at a loss. She tried to mix all the poisonous teardrops together, but found that they weren't compatible. Before she obtained the last 2 poisonous teardrops, she didn't dare to try anything else. Han Yunshi carefully put away the fire of 10,000 poisons. Tang Li said, "Brother, sister-in-law, you have to hurry." It was already the 8th day of the 2nd lunar month. The snow on Heaven Mountain had already begun to melt. They could go up Heaven Mountain in less than a month. During this time, Tang Li had been silently calculating that it was time for him to return to the three-way black market. Ning Jing's due date was very close. Even if he couldn't stay by her side, he could at least be closer to her. Han Yunshi naturally understood Tang Li's anxiousness. We're leaving for Heaven Mountain today. You should hurry back too. Don't worry, we'll be back as soon as possible. Wait for our good news. Han Yunshi really hoped that she could give him more strength. Tang Li nodded seriously. I already told my parents last night that I'll be leaving soon. Long Feiyi didn't say anything. He placed his large hand on Tang Li's shoulder and patted it before letting go. Wait for us to return. Definitely. Tang Li was especially firm. Chapter 1046. After sending off Tang Li, Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi set off. Logically speaking, they should be halfway to Sky Mountain by now. They would be able to reach Sky Mountain in half a month. However, their unexpected trip to the Tang sect had delayed them quite a bit. Their journey to Sky Mountain was delayed by half a month. The journey from the Tang sect to Sky Mountain usually took a month. It would be the beginning of March in a month. Not to mention what they would encounter on Sky Mountain, it would take a lot of time to reach the three-way black market from Sky Mountain. Time was indeed very tight. Han Yunshi and the rest abandoned the carriage and rode off on horseback. They left the Tang sect in a cloud of dust. Han Yunshi and Long Feiyi did not ask about Gu's whereabouts. This was because they were very sure that Gu was always there. He just did not come out. Finally, that night, when they were resting by the river, Gu suddenly appeared. His slender and good-looking hand reached out to Long Feiyi. He was very blunt. "Give it to me." Last night, he had secretly followed Crazy Old Back and sat on his roof the whole night. This morning, he had secretly sent him all the way down the mountain before returning. He had seen Crazy Old drag Su Donglin to give something to Long Feiyi. Long Feiyi did not say anything and handed the thing to him. Han Yunshi was a little curious. Gu did not hide and opened the box on the spot. He saw a copper coin lying quietly in the box, tied with a red string. Gu Qishao gave a start, but he quickly recovered with a chuckle. "It looks pretty good." Han Yunshi seemed to see a pattern on the copper coin. She craned her head to take a closer look. Seeing this, Gu handed the copper coin to her and said with a smile, "I'll give it to you if you like it. This is good stuff. There's only one of it in the world." Han Yunshi immediately retreated. No! The Old Man of Alchemy's gift was given to him by the Old Man of Alchemy. How could he give it away so casually? Gu was still smiling. "If you don't want it, I'll keep it. If you like it one day, you can take it and play with it." Han Yunshi rolled her eyes, too lazy to pay him any attention. Only then did Gu put away the copper coin. No one knew when he had put the copper coin back on his neck, but no one saw it. They rested for a while. Even though they were very tired, no one had the intention to rest. When they thought of Ning Jing and Mu Linger, no matter how tired they were, they had to hold on. Before leaving, Long Feiyi said to Su Donglin, "Write a letter to Master and tell him that we will arrive in about 10 days. With their desperate speed, they would be able to reach their destination in about 10 days. Just who would get their hands on Long Fei's letter after it was sent out? At this moment, they were rushing towards Heaven Mountain as if their lives depended on it. Meanwhile, Bai Yanqing and Jun Yixie were waiting for them to go to Tiger's prison to rescue them. Jun Yixie had already deployed heavy defenses in Tiger's prison. There were 3 inner and 3 outer layers, making a total of 6 layers of defense. He vowed to keep Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi alive in Tiger's prison. The correspondence between Myriad Merchant Hall and Bai Yuqiao had always been smooth. Therefore, Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi knew nothing about it. As for Bai Yuqiao and the others, they were even more unaware of everything that Jun Yixie had done. As the expected date of delivery approached, Ning Jing's movements became more and more inconvenient. She could no longer hide her belly. She had not dared to go out for 5 whole days, afraid that she would encounter an accident. One had to know that if she encountered an accident at this time, she would be in danger of losing both her and her child. At this time, Mu Ling was massaging Ning Jing's feet. In the second trimester, Ning Jing's hands and feet began to feel like they were in water. Her joints would also ache. Mu Ling had prescribed a few medicinal herbs to treat her edema, but not the pain in her joints. At this time, she was massaging Ning Jing's wrist. "Sister Jing, don't be nervous. It's already been a month. My sister and the others will definitely be here soon. Sister Jing, it's the last few days. You must relax. As long as you give birth to the child, everything will be fine. Sister Jing, with Bai Yuqiao around, there won't be any big trouble. Although Bai Yuqiao is annoying, he's reliable. Sister Jing, if you're nervous, think about the child. Sister Jing, do you think you'll give birth to a boy or a girl?" "All right," you said. Ning Jing finally interrupted Mu Ling impatiently. "All right, if you're nervous, then shut up and do your work seriously." Ever since she received Ning Nua's letter, saying that the rescue mission and the northern expedition would be delayed for a few months, Mu Ling started to feel nervous. If this girl was nervous, then so be it. Why did she have to say that she was nervous? If Ning Jing had not been too lazy to move because she was pregnant, she would have lost her temper long ago. It was really annoying. Mu Ling shut her mouth resentfully, but after a long silence, she could not help but ask, "Sister Jing, will Jun Yixie send people to patrol again during this period?" In the past 2 months, Jun Yixie had sent people to patrol from time to time. The time was not fixed, and there were several surprise attacks. If Bai Yuqiao had not been on guard, Ning Jing would have been exposed long ago. Mu Ling was nervous. She had been worried that Jun Yixie would send people to patrol again when Ning Jing was giving birth. What would she do then? "He won't," Ning Jing said calmly. She was actually very clear about how dangerous her situation was. However, she did not tell the people from Myriad Merchant Hall that Jun Yixie had sent people to patrol frequently. In the letter that Ning Nuo wrote to her, she explained in great detail the delay of the northern expedition. She said that Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi did not keep their word and went back on their previous promise at the last minute. She said that Tang Li was not a man and that he wanted to sacrifice her and Ning Nuo to prevent the soldiers from risking their lives. Ning Jing was a very perceptive person. She knew that there must be other reasons. Otherwise, Han Yunxi would not have done this. Even if there were no other reasons, the northern expedition would be delayed because of the weather. She and Ning Qing were trapped in Jun Yixie's hands. They were already sacrifices. Why would they care about how many sacrifices they had to make? Their sacrifice was for the cooperation between Eastern and Western Qin and for the northern expedition to go smoothly. If they had to brave the cold to go on the northern expedition for their safety, then what was the point of their sacrifice? Ning Jing's heart was clear and she was even more righteous. She had survived all kinds of storms in the business world. This time, to her, it was a business deal. It was a big business deal that concerned her life and her future. To do this kind of business deal, not only did she have to be ruthless to her enemies, she also had to be ruthless to herself. The difference was that this time, she not only had to be ruthless to herself, she also had to be ruthless to the child in her belly. Apart from being clear and awe-inspiring, Ning Jing was also flustered and afraid. However, she never said it, nor would she admit it. Sister Jing, but what if Mu Ling was a little girl who had not experienced any storms? She was not worried about herself, but about Ning Jing and the child in Ning Jing's belly. After all, she had been taking care of Ning Jing and the child for more than half a year. She had even told Ning Jing that she would be the child's godmother. As a mother, how could she not be worried and flustered for the child? There's no what if. Shut your mouth, Ning Jing said coldly. At this moment, there was a rhythmic knock on the door. Ning Jing and Mu Ling immediately knew that it was Bai Yuqiao. Mu Ling quickly went to open the door. It was indeed Bai Yuqiao. She had brought some medicinal herbs with her. A few days ago, Mu Ling had prescribed some medicine that could induce labor. She was waiting for Ning Jing to take it when her stomach was in labor. It could save her a lot of pain and shorten the labor process. Bai Yuqiao did not dare to let the maidservants in Tiger's prison prepare it, so she sent her trusted aide to buy it from the neighboring county. Miss Bai, is there any news from the battlefield? Ning Jing was actually asking about Ning Qing. The last battle ended a few days ago. The Northern Dynasty's emperors were defeated. The two armies stopped fighting and are in a stalemate. We can't find any news about Ning Qing. Recently, Jun Yixie has been staying in the army. My people don't dare to act rashly, Bai Yuqiao answered honestly. It had been a month since she sent a message to Ning Qing that the northern expedition had been delayed. Ning Jing, your matter is more important. Don't worry about your brother, Bai Yuqiao said seriously. My senior brother sent 2 midwives over. Bai Yuqiao did not finish her sentence, but Ning Jing immediately understood. The previous midwives were arranged by Bai Yuqiao. They lived in the same courtyard as them and were on standby at any time. Jun Yixie suddenly sent 2 midwives over. It must be to take the child away. Ning Jing was stunned. She did not move and did not react for a long time. Not to mention that Jun Yixie would take the child away. The fact that she was pregnant would be exposed if the 2 midwives helped her give birth. Can't we reject it? Mu Ling asked anxiously. Bai Yuqiao shook her head. She had already rejected it. She had used the excuse that the new midwives were not familiar with Mu Ling's situation and had been rejected by Mu Ling. However, Jun Yixie had ordered the 2 midwives to help Mu Ling deliver the child. Bai Yuqiao did not dare to reject it again. Based on her understanding of her senior brother, he would definitely be suspicious if she rejected it again. Bai Yuqiao was not only here to deliver the medicine today, but also to discuss the matter with Ning Jing and Mu Ling. The 3 of them were silent. Although Bai Yuqiao was here to discuss it, she herself felt that this matter was unsolvable. In the end, Ning Jing said calmly, "Let them come. It's just a matter of time." After she found out that the northern expedition had been delayed, she knew that she could not keep the child. If the child was born in Tiger's prison, whether it was hers or Mu Ling's, it would be taken away eventually. No way. Mu Ling was especially angry. Sister Jing, that's your child. Don't you feel sorry for him at all? As Mu Ling said this, her tears flowed down. She could not bear to take care of him all these days, let alone Ning Jing, his biological mother. A sense of bitterness welled up in her heart as tears welled up in her eyes. However, Ning Jing remained strong and resolute. Miss Bai, let's discuss this. This way, we can prevent Jun Yixie from suspecting you. If her pregnancy was discovered, Bai Yuqiao would be in danger. And if Bai Yuqiao was in danger, the northern expedition would be in danger. When Ning Jing said this, Bai Yuqiao finally regained her senses and realized this point. Bai Yuqiao panicked. Unexpectedly, Mu Ling said seriously, "I have an idea. Sister Jing, as long as you're willing, I can let the child be born earlier." When she said this, Ning Jing and Bai Yuqiao both looked at her. "What did you say?" Ning Jing was shocked. "Mu Ling do you really have an idea?" Mu Ling said seriously, "I have a prescription. As long as it's taken, the child will definitely be born within an hour. But, will the child be safe?" Ning Jing asked seriously. "Both mother and child will not be in danger, but..." Mu Ling was very hesitant. If it was not a last resort, she would not say this idea. That medicine was forbidden by the Mu family. But what? Tell me quickly. Ning Jing was anxious. Chapter 1047. Looking at the anxious Ning Jing, Mu Ling had no choice but to be frank. Sister Jing, once you use that medicine, you won't be able to have any more children for the rest of your life. Hearing this, Bai Yuqiao was shocked. Is this medicine so vicious? Ning Jing was silent. Seeing this, Mu Ling said anxiously, Sister Jing, pretend I didn't say anything. We don't need that medicine anymore. Mu Ling wanted to slap herself. Even she felt that the medicine was vicious. However, Ning Jing was very calm. She asked, Miss Bai, how many days will it take for the midwife sent by Jun Yixie to arrive? She'll be here in 2 days, Bai Yuqiao answered truthfully. Okay. Ning Jing nodded and said seriously, Ling help me make the medicine. I'll use it tonight. No. Mu Ling refused immediately. Tears were flowing out of her eyes. Ning Jing pulled her over and carefully wiped her tears. Ling be good. Mu Ling shook her head. Sister Jing, what will you do in the future? If you give birth to a girl, Tang Li's parents will chase you away. Tang Li was an only son. If Ning Jing gave birth to a girl, then there would be no one to inherit the position of the Tang sect master. Tang Li's parents and so many elders of the Tang sect would not allow such a thing to happen. When the time came, they would definitely make things difficult for Ning Jing and force Tang Li to marry again. Mu Ling thought so far ahead. Ning Jing burst out laughing. They wouldn't dare. Mu Ling didn't believe her. Ning Jing smiled and said, At worst, I'll just kidnap Tang Li. I don't care about the Tang sect anyway. Mu Ling burst into tears. Sister Jing, can you stop laughing? Stop joking around. How could she be so calm about such a huge matter? Ning Jing pulled Mu Ling's hands and said seriously, This is the only way. It doesn't matter if my pregnancy is exposed, but once Miss Bai is suspected, we will never be able to get out. The northern expedition would also be exposed. Mu Ling, now is not the time to throw a tantrum. You should be more sensible. Of course, Mu Ling was sensible. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been threatened by Deacon Jean like that. Be good. Go and write down the prescription. We don't have much time, Ning Jing urged. Mu Ling bit her lip and didn't move for a long time. Are you going or not? Ning Jing suddenly became fierce. Mu Ling jumped in shock as she stood up abruptly, tears streaming down her face. If Ning Jing really became fierce, she would be scared. Are you going to cry again? Ning Jing became even fiercer. I'll go. Mu Ling had no choice. She wiped her tears as she went to write down the prescription. Ning Jing exhaled before looking towards Bai Yuqiao. She then realized that Bai Yuqiao was staring at her in a daze. Miss Bai, I'll have to trouble you to ask the midwife to prepare, Ning Jing said indifferently. Bai Yuqiao furrowed her brows as her heart felt stifled. She felt that she had a lot of things to say, but looking at the calm and collected Ning Jing, she didn't know what to say. Finally, Bai Yuqiao said, Ning Jing, for the Tang clan to have a daughter-in-law like you is their blessing. If they dare to chase you away in the future, we don't need to care about them. Ning Jing gently stroked her bulging belly and smiled, but didn't say a word. Mu Ling quickly wrote down the prescription. The combination of herbs and quantities in the prescription were very strange, but the herbs used were very common. Tiger's Prison had already prepared some, and there were a few that could be picked from the herbs that Bai Yuqiao had brought over today. Mu Ling unwillingly handed the prescription over to Bai Yuqiao. You guys should also prepare. I'll go and get the herbs and arrange for the midwife to come over, Bai Yuqiao said seriously. Ning Jing nodded her head resolutely. Since she had already decided, then she had to hurry up and take action. After Bai Yuqiao left, Mu Ling was still standing there in a daze. Ling, go and prepare. Tonight, I'll hand my and our child's lives over to you, Ning Jing said. Only then did Mu Linger recover her wits and realize that there was nothing she could do to change the facts. Giving birth to a child was a big matter and accidents were common. Moreover, Ning Jing had used special medicine? Ning Jing's words were purposely said for Mu Linger to hear. She wanted this lass to wake up and get her spirits up. All right. I'll go and prepare. Mu Linger hurriedly went out. When everyone had left, Ning Jing finally dropped all her pretenses. She had always been a resolute woman. Once she had decided on something, she would not be afraid or regret it. She just missed Tang Li. Tang Li, you're really going to be a father, do you know that? Tang Li, you're going to be a father. Don't be sloppy in the future. You have to be a good role model for your child, do you understand? Bai Yuqiao and Mu Linger needed to prepare a lot of things, and Ning Jing needed to be mentally prepared. 2 hours later, everything was ready. The midwife was waiting in the room. Mu Linger personally carried the medicinal soup and handed it to Ning Jing. Sister Jing, do you want to reconsider? Mu Linger could not help but ask. Ning Jing pretended not to hear and did not answer. She picked up the medicinal soup and drank it all in one gulp. This time, Mu Linger immediately tensed up. Even Bai Yuqiao was nervous. The room was silent. It was as if they could hear the sound of time's footsteps. After taking the medicine, Ning Jing's stomach would move in an hour. Now, all they had to do was wait. An hour was not a long time, but for the 3 women, it was like torture. Mu Linger and Bai Yuqiao did not dare to look away from Ning Jing. Ning Jing lowered her head and did not move. Her nerves were stretched taut. It would be a lie to say that she was not nervous. Aya, you can't. Miss Jing, you have to get up and walk around. Exercise a little so that you can give birth better later, the midwife could not help but say. Only then did Mu Linger remember this. Right. Ning Jing walked with difficulty with her big belly. The midwife quickly came over to help her. Just walk around in the room. Walking more will do you good. Mu Linger also came over to help her. Just like that, Ning Jing walked in circles in the limited space in the room. This was her first and last time giving birth in her life. This was something that she would never forget. She walked and walked. Suddenly, Ning Jing stopped in her tracks and exclaimed, "It hurts. It's starting to hurt." The faint pain was very familiar. It had happened twice before. The midwife had said that it was an illusion. Then, this time it was real. Everyone became nervous. Bai Yuqiao did not know what to do and asked anxiously, "Do you want to lie down quickly?" "Go. Keep walking. Walk more and you'll feel better later," the midwife said seriously. The 3 of them had never given birth before. Even though Mu Linger had some medical knowledge, what she read in medical books was not the same as what she saw in reality. Moreover, childbirth varied from person to person. At this point, they all had to listen to the midwife. Gradually, Ning Jing's pain became more frequent and more intense. She couldn't walk anymore. "Hang in there, Miss Jing. Listen to me. If you suffer a little now, you'll suffer less later. Walk more and the child will come out faster. You'll also suffer less. Otherwise, the first child won't come out so soon. Hang in there, walk a few more rounds." The midwife persuaded and encouraged her. Ning Jing was also brave. She gritted her teeth and persevered. There were 10 levels of pain. Severe burns and lumbar disc herniation were level 8 to 9. The 10th level was the pain of childbirth. One could only imagine how painful it was. However, this was not the most painful moment. Suddenly, Ning Jing stopped abruptly. She looked down and felt a warm current flowing down her thigh. Ning Jing was completely flustered and did not know what to do. Bai Yuqiao and Mu Linger looked at each other nervously. Fortunately, Bai Yuqiao's midwife was very reliable. She did not make a fuss and said calmly, "Your water has broken. Hurry up and lie on the bed. You're about to give birth." The midwife and Mu Linger quickly helped Ning Jing out of the door and into the small room next door. Bai Yuqiao helped open the door. The small room next door was specially prepared by Bai Yuqiao under the midwife's guidance. Different family conditions meant different conditions for the mother to give birth. Although the small delivery room at Tiger's prison was not as well prepared as Tang Li's at the Tang sect, it was still by Yu Qiao's goodwill. The entire room was very clean. All the windows were tightly shut. 2 maidservants stood in the room. They were the midwife's assistants. They had already prepared hot water. There was a small table next to the bed. On it were candles, scissors, needles, gauze, and a few bowls of medicinal soup. In the middle of February, spring had officially begun in the north. However, Tiger's prison was still very cool. Therefore, the midwife had people place 2 stoves in the room to ensure that the room was warm. Ning Jing was helped to lie on the bed. After her water broke, she was in waves of pain. If it were anyone else, they would have cried out in pain. However, she did not make a sound until now. Bai Yuqiao personally stood guard outside. She said to Ning Jing, "Don't worry. Leave everything outside to me." "Okay." Ning Jing answered with difficulty. Bai Yuqiao stood guard at the door for a while. Then, she heard Ning Jing's cries of pain and the midwife's voice asking her to coordinate her breathing. Bai Yuqiao's heart clenched when she heard this. Looking at the maidservants going in and out to change the hot water, she almost went in to see what was going on. "Almost there. Almost there. I see the child's head. Put in more effort." Suddenly, the midwife's surprised voice was heard from inside the room. Bai Yuqiao then heaved a sigh of relief. In actual fact, she was only responsible for delivering the letter. Ning Jing's life or death and the child's safety had nothing to do with her. She didn't know why, but her heart was heaving up and down along with those cries. At this moment, the maidservant came out with the dirty hot water. Bai Yuqiao hurriedly got up and was about to ask about the situation in the room, when who knew that an attendant hurriedly ran over. "Young Miss Bai, bad news, bad news." Bai Yuqiao was stunned as she didn't dare to imagine what kind of bad news the attendant would bring over at this moment. One must know that unless it was an extremely urgent matter, the attendant was not allowed to come here. Bai Yuqiao was in a daze and didn't dare to ask. It was as if she didn't ask, there wouldn't be any bad news. Unfortunately, the attendant said anxiously, "Young Miss Bai, Duke Kong has sent people to patrol again and they even brought 2 midwives. They should be in the front courtyard now." Bai Yuqiao was so shocked that her heart almost stopped beating. What should she do? The maidservant panicked and the big basin of blood fell onto the ground, spilling all over the floor. Chapter 1048. What should she do? She had clearly investigated that the midwife would only arrive 2 days later, so why did she arrive with the patrolling soldiers? The patrolling soldiers couldn't enter the delivery room and wouldn't be able to see the truth, so she wasn't worried that the patrolling soldiers would attack. But once the midwife arrived, she would definitely have to go to the delivery room. At this juncture, how could it be hidden? Even if Ning Jing could make it in time to give birth, without 1 or 2 days of rest and time to take medicine, the midwife would know that she had just given birth. Ever since they knew that Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi would delay the rescue, Bai Yuqiao and Mu Ling had made various preparations. No matter how well Ning Jing hid her big belly after pregnancy, especially in the later stages, her physique and skin would change. These changes could be hidden from men, but it couldn't be hidden from experienced women, especially midwives. So half a month ago, Mu Ling had already concocted a miraculous medicine for Ning Jing to take after giving birth, which could eliminate some of the physical reactions after pregnancy. Bai Yuqiao had been rejoicing that with Mu Ling this pharmaceutical genius, everything would go smoothly, but who knew that something would happen at this juncture? Bai Yuqiao panicked. "Miss Bai, quickly think of a way, otherwise we'll lose our lives first," the attendant said anxiously. Bai Yuqiao's face turned pale, and she didn't make a sound for a long time. At this moment, Mu Ling who had heard the commotion outside, opened the door and was about to ask what was going on. Bai Yuqiao didn't even think as she rushed over and pushed her into the room, saying coldly, "The midwife sent by Jun Yixie has arrived, don't tell Ning Jing." Also, you must stay in the room and don't come out. Remember, no matter what happens, don't come out. Mu Ling was stunned as she stood inside the room, watching Ning Jing fiercely slam the door, but she didn't react. By the time she reacted, there was no more movement outside the door. She hurriedly turned back to look at the bed and saw Ning Jing biting on a towel with a pained expression. She was cooperating with the midwife's request and exerting force. What to do? What to do? What to do? Mu Ling was trembling. Other than standing in place, there was nothing she could do to help. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. Mu Ling was shocked. She was about to open her mouth when she suddenly stopped, not daring to make a sound. What if it was Jun Yixie's men knocking on the door? She couldn't make a sound. She was giving birth now. Fortunately, a maid's voice came from outside the door. Open the door quickly. Miss Bai asked me to bring in some hot water and some clothes. Only then did Mu Ling dare to open the door. The maid was carrying a large bucket of hot water and a small bundle of clothes on her back. Mu Ling hurried to help. She made a prompt decision and hid behind the screen to change her clothes. Later, when Ning Jing gave birth to the child, she would immediately lie on the bed and pretend that she had just given birth. After changing her clothes, Mu Ling suddenly thought of something. Medicine! My medicine! She hurriedly went to look for the maid. Quick! Hurry and boil the 2 sets of medicine that I've instructed you to prepare. Move quickly. These 2 sets of medicine were prepared for herself and Ning Jing. Ning Jing needed to eliminate some of the body's reactions after giving birth. She needed to pretend that she was swollen, stretched bones, weak body and other symptoms. The effect of the medicine was temporary and would at most last for a month. But this medicine was very harmful to the body. The effect on her was considered small, but the effect on Ning Jing was huge. After all, Ning Jing's body was very weak after giving birth. It was bad enough that she didn't take good care of herself, but she still had to go through so much trouble. This time round, Ning Jing's sacrifice was simply too big. At this moment, there was no meaning in talking about sacrifice, because if the midwife were to discover the truth, everyone's sacrifice would be in vain. Mu Ling prepared everything and waited by the side of the bed. The midwife and Ning Jing were unaware of what was happening outside. They were working hard together. Miss Jing, quick! Use more strength and the child's head will come out soon. It's almost there. Miss Jing, use more strength, quick! Once the child's head came out, it would be done. It was a pity that this last stage seemed to be a little difficult for Ning Jing. She tried again and again but always used the wrong part. Giving birth wasn't a matter of brute force. Mu Ling was burning with anxiety and her heart was about to jump out of her chest. On one hand, she was worried about the situation outside. On the other hand, she was anxious about when the maid would finish boiling the medicine. On the other hand, she was worried about when Ning Jing would give birth to the child. At this moment, the patrolling soldiers had already finished checking Uncle Cheng and Deacon Jean and were bringing the 2 midwives to the backyard. Bai Yuqiao was waiting in the backyard. She was waiting for the maid to report the situation in the delivery room while waiting for the patrolling soldiers and midwives to come over. She really hoped that the maid would bring her good news before the soldiers and midwives came over. Unfortunately, before the maid arrived, the soldiers and midwives arrived first. Upon hearing the sound of footsteps approaching, Bai Yuqiao immediately restrained all her anxiety and paced up and down in the yard. The moment the soldiers saw her, the leader smiled and said, "Miss Bai, so you were hiding here." But very quickly, the group of people heard the commotion in the delivery room. "What's going on?" the soldier asked sternly. Bai Yuqiao's heart was about to stop. She forced herself to hold on and said unhappily, "Can't you tell? Mu Ling is giving birth." "Why is she giving birth now?" The soldier was very surprised. "You're asking me, but who am I supposed to ask? If the child is coming out, how can the timing be calculated so accurately?" As Bai Yuqiao said this, she sized up the 2 midwives beside the soldier. These two midwives were around 40 years old, and were very quick-witted. One of them quickly said, "How can we be so sure about giving birth to a child? It's not surprising that she's giving birth at this time." The moment these words came out, Bai Yuqiao knew that these two midwives had already calculated Mu Linger's due date. "Fortunately, I've already prepared a midwife for her. Otherwise, if something were to happen to her, I wouldn't be able to explain it clearly to senior brother." Bai Yuqiao hugged her arms to hide her panic. She started to complain. "This Mu Linger is extraordinarily difficult to serve. She's always asking for this and that. If it weren't for the fact that she's Han Yunxi's sister and is pregnant with Gu's child, even I wouldn't allow her to be so arrogant, much less my senior brother." The two midwives were smart people. The moment they heard Bai Yuqiao's words, they understood that midwifery was not an easy job. Giving birth to a child was a matter of the adult dying and the child being born. If something were to happen to Mu Linger, the responsibility would not be small. Seeing the two midwives' hesitant expressions, Bai Yuqiao secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She thought that she should be able to stall for time, at least until Ning Jing gave birth to the child. Unexpectedly, the soldier in charge ordered coldly, "What are the two of you still standing there for? Hurry up and go in. Have you forgotten Majesty Kang's instructions?" Bai Yuqiao was shocked and hurriedly signaled to the maidservant beside her with her eyes. The maidservant was also flustered, but she nodded to show that she understood. The two midwives had originally planned to wait for the child to be born before going in. After being reminded by the soldier, they did not dare to delay any longer and hurriedly went to the delivery room. Bai Yuqiao did not say anything and followed behind them. The maidservant beside her hurriedly ran to the door of the delivery room and opened her arms to stop them. "Wait." The maidservant's voice was very loud. She was undoubtedly reminding the people in the room. At this moment, Ning Jing and the midwives could not be bothered with the voices outside. The child's head was stuck in the birth canal and could not come out. Ning Jing's strength was almost gone, and the midwives were starting to panic. This was an omen of a difficult birth. If the child still did not come out, it would inhale the dirty amniotic fluid and affect its lungs. It might even suffocate to death. "Give me the scissors." The midwives made a prompt decision. Mu Linger was scared out of her wits. When she heard the voices outside, she was even more terrified. She did not know when her tears had fallen. What should she do? The midwives were about to come in. At the door, when the soldier saw the maidservant, he immediately looked at Bai Yuqiao and asked, "What's the meaning of this?" Bai Yuqiao immediately reprimanded the maidservant. "What are you doing? Are you looking for death?" The maidservant looked innocent. "Miss Bai, Master Soldier, Mu Linger said that other than Ning Jing and the midwives, no one else is allowed to go in to take a look." The soldier laughed out loud. "Who does she think she is? She doesn't have the final say here. Master Soldier, Mu Linger's temper is too bad. She's giving birth now. If she's disturbed and something happens to her, we won't be able to explain it to Majesty Kong." The maidservant advised earnestly, "Master Soldier, the child is about to be born. If you want the child, just wait here. Are you afraid that the child will grow wings and fly away?" The soldier looked at Bai Yuqiao again. Bai Yuqiao did not make a sound, as if it had nothing to do with her. Who knew that the soldier would actually pull the maidservant away and kick the door open? Both Bai Yuqiao and the servant girl were flabbergasted, their mouths agape. In the room, besides Ning Jing, who was biting the towel so hard that her face was contorted, the midwife had just put down the scissors. Her hands were covered in blood, but she could not care less. She pressed her wrist on Ning Jing's stomach and said loudly, "Use more strength, quickly." Mu Linger looked at the screen in front of the door. Her legs went weak and she sat down. She was completely stunned. "It's over. It's all over. Go in." The soldier retreated to the side and avoided looking into the room. The two midwives hurried over while Bai Yuqiao stared at them in a daze. She watched as they walked over the threshold, one in front of the other. Awa! Awa! Suddenly, the sound of tiger roar sounded from all around. It was deafening and soul-stirring. Everyone was surprised. The two midwives did not understand what was going on and stopped in their track. The soldier was shocked. What's going on? Quickly go out and take a look. The tiger roar in Tiger's Den was always in the morning and evening. These few tiger roar sounds were too abnormal. Something must have happened. The two of you look after the people inside. The rest of you follow me. The soldier said and was about to go out. Who knew that a tiger would suddenly fly over from the side and pounce on one of the midwives, biting off her neck. Ah! Ah! The other midwife stood on the spot and screamed. She wanted to run, but she was so scared that her legs seemed to be filled with lead. No matter what, she could not move. The tiger turned around and pounced over, biting off the midwife's neck cruelly. The surrounding people were shocked. Bai Yuqiao was also scared out of his wits. He immediately ran into the room and closed the door. The maidservant and a few soldiers all fled in all directions. Only one tiger and two corpses were left in the courtyard. What was going on? Chapter 1049. The courtyard was completely silent. Only one tiger and two corpses were left. The two midwives were not only bitten to death, they were also poisoned. The wounds on their necks quickly turned greenish-black. That tiger was very strange. It was extremely ferocious just now, but after biting two people, it actually became obedient. It lay at the door of the room and licked its huge claws. No one knew where the maidservants had run off to. The few soldiers were all hiding on the roof. All of them were still in a panic. Even the leader's face was ashen and his breathing was rapid. One had to know that if they had run a little slower just now, the corpse lying in the courtyard would most likely have been them. No one had any extra thoughts to care about the people in the house. When everyone gradually calmed down, they realized that it was impossible to enter the house. Firstly, the remaining people were all men. It was not easy to enter. Secondly, the poisonous tiger was blocking them. Who would dare to go near? These poisonous tigers could be said to be second only to one person. Who would dare to provoke them? Big brother, what's going on? Big brother, should we report to His Highness the Duke of Kong? This tiger wouldn't go crazy, right? The leader was very puzzled. The tigers in Tiger's prison had long been tamed by His Highness the Duke of Kong. Even if His Highness the Duke of Kong was not here, they were still very intelligent. They would never attack their own people. Could it be that this tiger had really gone crazy? The leader could not figure it out either. He hurriedly said, "Quickly write a letter to His Highness the Duke of Kong." None of the soldiers under his command chased them down from the roof. In a fit of anger, he kicked one down. Of course, he kicked him in the other direction. The tiger blocked the door and did not leave. The soldiers could only wait on the roof. With such a big commotion in the backyard, it naturally alarmed everyone in Tiger's prison. Once they heard that a tiger in the backyard had gone out of control and killed two people, no one dared to go to the backyard. The guards even closed all the doors and windows in the courtyard. Many people climbed onto the walls and roofs to guard and watch. Uncle Cheng had also jumped onto the roof. He looked around and did not see Deacon Jean. He did not take it to heart. Instead, he anxiously looked towards the backyard, hoping to see clearly what had happened. The backyard became the focus of the entire tiger's prison. In a short while, the limited roofs and walls were all surrounded. Even though there were many people, there was still no sound at all. Everyone was afraid of alerting the poisonous tiger and inviting a fatal disaster. In the silence, a clear cry suddenly came from the delivery room. For a moment, most people were stunned. She gave birth? Mu Linger gave birth. Mu Linger, she's giving birth? After all, no one knew that Mu Linger was going to give birth tonight. The soldiers who knew about this looked at each other in dismay. His Highness the Duke of Kong had instructed that the moment the child was born, they were to immediately bring him to the military camp. There was no time to waste. But now that the tiger was blocking the door, who would dare to approach? Helpless, everyone could only wait. In the delivery room, the midwife was holding the baby and showing it to Ning Jing. "Miss Jing, it's a girl." Ning Jing was already exhausted, but she was not disappointed because it was her daughter. She smiled faintly and wanted to hug her daughter, but unfortunately, she did not have any strength. The midwife didn't dare to delay. She handed the child over to the maidservant and hurried to treat Ning Jing's wound. Fortunately, the rest of the treatment went smoothly. Ning Jing's bleeding stopped, and her wound was cleaned very cleanly. The maidservant cleaned the child and wrapped her in swaddling clothes before placing her beside Ning Jing. The baby's hair was very black and long when she was born. Other than her slightly darker skin tone, her skin was very clean. Her little face was small, and her little hands were also small. No one dared to touch her for fear of hurting her. After crying, she slept very peacefully. Bai Yuqiao had already helped Mu Linger up. The two of them supported each other. Looking at the scene of mother and daughter leaning on each other on the bed, they couldn't help but tear up. "She looks like Sister Jing. Her nose and mouth are alike," Mu Linger said with a smile. "She looks like Tangli. Don't they say that daughters look like their fathers, while sons look like their mothers?" Bai Yuqiao asked in confusion. The two of them came to the side of the bed and observed carefully. Ning Jing and the midwife had fought a tough battle. The two of them still didn't know what had happened outside. Ning Jing looked at her daughter in the crook of her arm and murmured, "You're finally here." She didn't wait for her father, but she was finally here. Ning Jing thought that she could hold it in, but unfortunately, she overestimated herself. At this moment, how she wished that Tangli was by their side. How she wished that the first person her daughter saw when she opened her eyes was that unreliable father of hers. Ning Jing sniffled and forced back the tears in her eyes. When Mu Linger saw that her eyes were wet, she quickly said, "Sister Jing, you can't cry. You must hold it in. Crying during the confinement period will hurt your eyes. You won't be able to recover in the future." The midwife also quickly advised, "Miss Jing, no matter how big the problem is, you have to hold it in." Ning Jing sniffled and laughed. "Why are you crying? I'm happy that I have a daughter. She'll definitely be like me in the future." She thought that since Tangli wasn't coming, she would let her daughter order him around with her in the future. At this moment, Bai Yuqiao recovered from her joy and realized that there was something big outside the door. She quickly ran to the door and looked out through the gap. She saw the tiger and the corpse at the door, and then she saw that the surrounding rooftops were full of people. She was scared out of her wit. "What happened?" Ning Jing asked. Bai Yuqiao quickly walked back and told everyone what had happened outside in a low voice. Ning Jing's already pale face turned pale as she listened. She was terrified and unconsciously pulled the child into her arms. "Linger, hurry up," Bai Yuqiao urged. Once the tiger left, they would definitely send someone in to take the child. The midwife was already dead. Whether they came in or not, they had to act like it. Ning Jing wanted to get off the bed, but everyone quickly stopped her. Mu Linger said solemnly, "Sister Jing, you're not allowed to get off the bed. Your wound hasn't healed yet. You'll hurt your knee." Ning Jing didn't argue. She was indeed very weak, and her wound was hurting too. Bai Yuqiao and the others worked together to carry Ning Jing to the warm bed at the side. Mu Linger lay on the bed and covered herself with a blanket. Of course, the child was still lying on the warm bed with Ning Jing. "Medicine. Drink the medicine first," Mu Linger said anxiously. The maid quickly brought over 2 bowls of medicine. One bowl was for Mu Linger and the other was for Ning Jing. The midwife stopped Ning Jing and said helplessly, "Miss Jing, you must be hungry. Eat something to fill your empty stomach before drinking the medicine." They couldn't get out and the people outside couldn't get in. Luckily, the midwife had ordered the maid to prepare a bowl of lean meat porridge and set it aside. Hearing the midwife's words, Ning Jing finally felt hungry. She was indeed very hungry. She only felt that her entire stomach was empty. Sister Jing, I'll feed you. Mu Ling was anxious to get off the bed, but Bai Yuqiao glared at her. Lie down obediently. Bai Yuqiao personally brought the lean meat porridge over and sat beside Ning Jing. No need. I can do it myself, Ning Jing refused. Take it that I'll help you all the way. When you escape in the future, you must remember my kindness and treat my sister better. Bai Yuqiao said seriously. You're not leaving? Ning Jing asked. Bai Yuqiao fed her a spoonful of porridge and didn't answer her. Ning Jing didn't ask further. She ate spoonful by spoonful as Bai Yuqiao fed her. Looking at Bai Yuqiao's serious expression, her heart was filled with emotions. Back then, who would have thought that she would be fed by Bai Yuqiao today? After eating the porridge, Ning Jing finally had some strength. She drank the medicine before lying down. She was clearly tired and wanted to sleep, but she couldn't bear to sleep for even a moment. Instead, she silently watched her daughter sleep. She muttered to herself, she still looks more like Tangli. Her nose is especially similar, and so is her mouth. In the future, a girl shouldn't be like her father, shooting off her mouth and quarreling endlessly. She turned to her side with difficulty and gently kissed her daughter. No one dared to persuade her to rest because they all knew that they couldn't keep this child for long. Ning Jing looked at her daughter quietly. She couldn't help but reach out to touch her daughter's little face and pull her little hand. Perhaps Ning Jing was really too tired. In the end, she unknowingly fell asleep. Bai Yuqiao and Mu Ling looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Not to mention Ning Jing, even they couldn't bear to part with this child. 2 hours later, Ning Jing was still sleeping. However, the midwife insisted on waking her up. Miss Jing, feed the baby. If the midwife didn't explain, Ning Jing, who was a first-time mother, wouldn't know. Under the midwife's guidance, Ning Jing carried her daughter and fed her. She quickly got the hang of it. She muttered softly, "Child, eat more. Eat until you're full. Father and mother have let you down. You must remember father and mother. Mother's name is Ning Jing, and your father's name is Tangli. You can blame us, but in the future, please don't deny us." Towards the end, Ning Jing choked with sobs and couldn't continue. She raised her head and didn't let her tears fall. In front of her daughter, as a mother, how could she cry? Mu Ling and the rest didn't dare to make a sound. Mu Ling eyes were red from crying and Bai Yuqiao turned his head away. If only time could slow down a little, how good would that be? But time never waits for anyone. After daybreak, the tiger at the door left. Seeing the tiger returning to the forest, the soldiers and guards then hurried over. After dealing with the corpse, the leader of the soldiers personally knocked on the door. Miss Bai, it's safe now. You can come out now." In the house, no one moved. Ning Jing seemed as though she didn't hear the sound outside the door. She hugged her infant daughter tightly as her face gently pressed against her little face. Mu Ling laid on the bed with both hands clutching the bedsheets as she bit down hard, bearing with it. Bai Yuqiao just sat by the side and didn't reply for a long time. Bam bam bam. The knocking on the door became fiercer. "Miss Bai, are you inside? Can you answer?" "Miss Bai, what's going on inside? Where's the child?" "Miss Bai, if you still don't come out, we'll go in." Bai Yuqiao finally raised her head and cast an apologetic gaze towards Ning Jing. Unfortunately, Ning Jing didn't look at her. She got up resolutely. If she didn't go out, the soldiers would barge in and the situation would be even worse. She intentionally walked over to Ning Jing's side and said softly, "Ning Jing, I'm sorry, I can't help you." Saying that, she took big strides to open the door. "What are you mumbling about? Pregnant women need to rest, don't you understand?" She shouted at the soldiers in displeasure. The soldiers resentfully said, "Miss Bai, Duke Kong has ordered us to bring the child back. It's not convenient for the few of us men, so please carry the child out." Chapter 1050. In the face of the soldiers' request, Bai Yuqiao was helpless. She still had that arrogant look on her face as she glanced at the soldier and turned to enter the room. Just wait. When Bai Yuqiao closed the door and walked behind the screen, she saw that everyone in the room was looking at her, except for Ning Jing. Ning Jing was still hugging her daughter tightly, her face gently pressed against her daughter's little face. The mother and daughter were especially quiet, as if even the sky falling down would not disturb them. Mu Ling cried silently and shook her head at Bai Yuqiao. The midwife and maidservants could not bear to see her like that and shook their heads at Bai Yuqiao along with Mu Ling indicating for her not to do that. Bai Yuqiao stood there for a long time. Even if it was just a little bit more time, she was willing to fight for Ning Jing and the baby. However, not long after, the soldier outside the door started to rush her. "Miss Bai, it's okay to let our brothers wait, but don't let His Highness Majesty Kang wait for too long. Miss Bai, you know His Highness Majesty Kang's temper as well. Mu Ling hand over the child as soon as possible. I promise that I won't let your child suffer, otherwise, ha ha." When he said that, Ning Jing suddenly raised her head, her eyes revealing traces of murderous intent. Mu Ling was extremely angry and hurriedly got off the bed, shouting angrily, "I'll go kill those bastards. Are you looking for death?" Bai Yuqiao reprimanded unhappily. Mu Ling pursed her lips, turned around and buried her head into the blanket. If she didn't look or listen, would all of this not happen? Bai Yuqiao walked towards Ning Jing step by step. Ning Jing kept looking at her. That pair of sharp and penetrating eyes had already dimmed beyond recognition. She didn't know if it was because she had just given birth, or because she was too heartbroken, but this woman who was clearly in her 20s suddenly became haggard and much older. Bai Yuqiao stopped and said lightly, "Ning Jing, I really can't help you." "I know." Ning Jing's voice was very low. Bai Yuqiao didn't know what to say. She stretched out her hands and wanted the child. I'll send her off," Ning Jing said faintly. Before Bai Yuqiao could understand what was going on, Ning Jing carried her daughter off the bed. Bai Yuqiao quickly supported her, but Ning Jing avoided him. "No, I can walk." She placed her daughter on the couch and went to change her clothes. Then, she tidied her hair and put on makeup to hide the paleness and fatigue on her face. After dressing up, she really looked like a woman who had never given birth. She was still so tall and beautiful. However, her eyes could not be hidden no matter how hard he tried. She picked up her daughter and wanted to smile at her. However, her daughter was sleeping peacefully and she couldn't bear to wake her up. She carried her daughter and walked out, and when she reached the door, she turned back. "Miss Bai, please lead the way." Sob, sob, sob. Mu Ling really couldn't bear it as she raised her head and bawled, "I don't want to. I don't want to." Ning Jing smiled faintly. This girl was crying at the right time. That's right, her daughter was about to be carried away, so she should be bawling. The soldiers outside the door had wanted to urge them, but when they heard Mu Ling's cries, they knew that the child had been carried away and didn't continue. Ning Jing was already so strong. So what reason did they have to not be strong? Bai Yuqiao sniffled and adjusted his state of mind. He walked over to open the door and walked out first. Once the door was opened, Mu Ling's cries became even louder and filled the entire courtyard, adding a bit of desolation to this silent morning. When Bai Yuqiao walked out, the soldiers saw that her hands were empty and were immediately displeased. "Miss Bai, the child," before he could finish his sentence, he saw Ning Jing walking out with a baby in swaddling clothes. Bai Yuqiao glanced at the soldier and didn't say a word. Ning Jing looked at the soldiers one by one and her gaze finally fell on the leader. Coldly, she said, "Soldier, this is Mu Ling and Gu's child. She's Han Yunxi and Long Fei Ye's nephew. You should know better than me what she means to His Highness the Duke of Kong." Of course. As the soldier spoke, he came forward to carry the child. However, Ning Jing said, "Where's the wet nurse?" It would take a few days to reach the battlefield. The child had just been born. Without a wet nurse, what would she eat? Miss Jing, don't worry. The wet nurse has been waiting outside for a long time. Miss Jing, we're more worried about this child than you are. Tell Mu Ling not to worry. The soldier laughed. Haha, she'd better take care of herself. The soldier took a step forward and stretched out his hands in front of Ning Jing. Ning Jing was so calm that it made one's heart ache. Those who didn't know would really not be able to tell that the child was hers. I'll pass on the message. She didn't hesitate and handed the child over. Once the child landed in the soldier's hands, she immediately turned around. She was clearly calm and composed just a moment ago, high and mighty, but the moment she turned around, she silently broke down and tears streamed down her face. She wanted so badly to turn around and look at her daughter again, just once. However, she couldn't not do it. She couldn't do it. She couldn't stop herself from crying and shedding tears. Daughter, I'm sorry. Mother still isn't strong enough and still can't hold on. Ning Jing couldn't and didn't dare to stay for long. She strode through the door. Who knew that at this moment, a tiger roar would suddenly resound through the entire courtyard? With last night's experience, everyone was shocked. Ning Jing suddenly turned around, only to see a big tiger suddenly fly down from the roof and pounce towards the soldier and her daughter. No! Ning Jing screamed and pounced over like a madwoman. However, it was too late. The big tiger directly pounced on the soldier, and the swaddled child was thrown out. For a moment, no one could react, except for Ning Jing. She pushed off the ground and immediately flew up, but she didn't catch the child. The child was suddenly caught by a man in black who flew out. After the man in black carried the child, he landed on the roof and shouted, Mu Ling are you done crying? If you want the child, then come out right now. What's going on? The wailing Mu Ling suddenly stopped. She suddenly got up and accidentally rolled off the bed. She didn't care about the pain and quickly got up and rushed out. She saw a white tiger chasing after the soldiers in the courtyard. Ning Jing and Bai Yuqiao were standing together. Child, where's the child? Mu Ling cried out in alarm. She's here. Come up. The man in black said coldly, seemingly very unhappy. Mu Ling was stunned. She looked towards Bai Yuqiao and Ning Jing, not knowing what to do. Ning Jing didn't say anything and chased after him. Bai Yuqiao also followed closely behind. Only Mu Ling this idiot, stood there foolishly. Why did she feel that the man in black on the roof was so familiar? Did he know her? Did this guy come to save them? Mu Ling are you coming up or not? The man in black shouted. Guards! Guards, there's a prison break! Quick! Guards! There's a prison break! Quick! The soldiers shouted as they dodged the poisonous tiger. They didn't know why the poisonous tiger would lose control again and again. But that man in black was obviously here to break the prison. The soldiers shouted and many guards came over. Who knew that another tiger suddenly ran in from outside the door. Once it came over, it pounced on the soldier who was shouting and wanted to bite him to death. In an instant, everyone was shocked. If they still didn't understand earlier that these tigers had lost control and were biting people crazily, then now everyone could see clearly that these tigers had betrayed them. Could it be that these tigers were taking orders from that man in black? These tigers were tamed by His Highness Duke Kong and spent countless efforts to cultivate these poisonous corpses. How could they betray him? There were only 10 soldiers and 20 over-guards present. They couldn't even deal with one poisonous tiger, much less 2 of them. Bai Yuqiao didn't have the mood to care about the white tiger's loss of control. She also thought that last night's incident was just a coincidence. But now she understood. She looked towards the man in black and questioned sternly, Who on earth are you? The man in black ignored her and looked coldly at Mu Ling. He whistled and that poisonous tiger, who had barged in later, suddenly charged towards Mu Ling. Mu Ling was shocked as she stood rooted to the ground in a daze, forgetting to run away. Unforgivable stupidity! The man in black's voice was filled with disdain. Ning Jing and Bai Yuqiao didn't move. They could tell that the man in black didn't have any enmity towards Mu Ling. He only disdained her. Indeed, the poisonous tiger bumped into Mu Ling and pushed Mu Ling up. After pushing her onto his back, he immediately turned around and pounced onto the roof. Although he broke several tiles, the poisonous tiger still sent Mu Ling to the side of the man in black. Mu Ling was really shocked and frightened. She didn't even dare to get down from the poisonous tiger. She looked at the man in black, then looked at Ning Jing and Bai Yuqiao. Her red and swollen eyes became wet again. "Will you die if you don't cry?" the man in black reprimanded. Ning Jing quickly pulled Mu Ling down and asked angrily, "Return the child to me." The man in black carried the child and rode on the tiger's back. "Come with me if you don't want to die." As he spoke, he whistled towards the tiger in the courtyard. That tiger killed the last soldier with its paw and crawled on the ground. Bai Yuqiao still wanted to ask, but the man in black didn't change his voice. Instead, he used his real voice and said coldly, "If you dawdle any longer, everyone will die." "Deacon Jean." Mu Ling was shocked. She recognized the voice at once. Ning Jing and Bai Yuqiao were also very surprised. Bai Yuqiao quickly said, "Take Su Xiaoyu away. I'll cover your retreat." "Su Xiaoyu has already left. Are you coming or not?" Deacon Jean asked back. Bai Yuqiao was in disbelief. She looked towards the small courtyard at the side and saw the guards' corpses in the small courtyard. Heavens, what exactly happened in this short period of time? Ning Jing glanced at the child and jumped down resolutely. She sat on the tiger's back. Bai Yuqiao followed closely behind. Mu Ling wanted to follow, but Deacon Jean pulled her over. "You sit here." Mu Ling didn't have any room to refuse, because Deacon Jean stuffed the child into her arms and said mockingly, "No need to cry. Hold Gu's seed well." Just like that, Mu Ling carried the child and rode on the same tiger as Deacon Jean. Ning Jing and Bai Yuqiao rode on another tiger and escaped from the large courtyard. As soon as they left, they saw corpses everywhere outside. Blood flowed like a river. A tiger was sitting under a big tree at the side, waiting to open a path for them. Mu Ling and the others were really stunned. For a moment, they didn't have time to ask Deacon Jean what was going on. Just as they were about to follow the tiger into the dense forest, a group of archers arrived. "Quick, shoot the arrows! Those poisonous tigers have betrayed us! Quick!" The guard who ran to report the news shouted anxiously. In an instant, several arrows flew over. Chapter 1051. Arrows were shot everywhere as the two tigers brought Deacon Jean and the rest into the forest. As soon as they entered the woods, Mu Linger and the rest caught a whiff of the thick scent of blood before they'd even gotten far. It seemed that this forest had just experienced a bloody massacre. The forest was too dense, and the early morning sun was not strong enough to shine through the dense forest. Mu Ling and the rest could not see anything clearly. They did not have time to ask as the archers behind them chased closely. There were also great movements in the dense forest on both sides. It seemed that there were pursuers coming from both sides. From time to time, sharp arrows were shot from behind and several times, they narrowly passed by them. Fortunately, the tigers were leading them so that they could concentrate on avoiding the attacks from behind. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. One must know that no matter if it was Deacon Jean or Mu Ling, and the rest of the women, their martial arts were ordinary. The group of people quickly left the dense forest, and suddenly there was an open space in front of them. However, Mu Ling and the rest were shocked by everything in front of them. The open space in front of them was simply a purgatory on earth. Corpses were lying on the ground and blood flowed like a river. There were at least 100 corpses. It was easy to determine that these people were all Jun Yixie's subordinates just by looking at their clothes. There were more than 100 corpses, and all of them were badly mutilated. There was not a single intact corpse. Moreover, all of the wounds had turned black and the blood stains were all black. God knows if they were poisoned to death or bitten and dismembered by the tigers. Mu Ling and Ning Jing were disgusted and wanted to vomit several times. However, Bai Yuqiao did not care about her disgust. She was extremely shocked. When did so many guards lie in ambush around Tiger's prison? Why didn't she know? The reason why Tiger's prison was called Tiger's prison was because there was a big white tiger guarding it. With the big white tiger around, other defenses were superfluous. Unless Jun Yixie not only had to guard against them escaping, he also had to guard against a strong enemy coming to rescue them. Bai Yuqiao faintly sensed that something was wrong. She secretly pondered. At this time, the archer behind him had been dealt with by Poison Tiger. 2 poison tigers caught up from behind and stood beside Deacon Jean. In this way, including the tiger leading the way, there were 5 of them. Deacon Jean did not ask them to stop, but they all stopped and looked to the right, as if they had discovered something. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Yuqiao probed, "Jean Z, where's the other tiger? How did you tame them?" According to Bai Yuqiao's understanding, Jun Yixie had a total of 6 poisonous tigers in Tiger's prison. They were all red-eyed white tigers that were abnormally ferocious. Moreover, they had all been raised into poison corpses. Whether it was in terms of physique or agility, they were much stronger than ordinary tigers. They would not be killed so easily. Deacon Jean did not pay any attention to Bai Yuqiao. He frowned and looked to the right, as if he was listening intently to something. Mu Ling Ning Jing and Bai Yuqiao looked at each other, not daring to move. The child in Mu Ling arms had already woken up. She opened her eyes and looked at Mu Ling curiously. Despite all this, she did not cry. It was as if she knew that the adults were running for their lives and could not make a fuss. Mu Ling quickly realized that the child was awake. She was overjoyed and quickly said to Ning Jing, "Sister Jing, she's awake. She's awake. She's looking at me." Ning Jing's face was especially pale, and her forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. She seemed to be in pain, but she still wanted to force a smile and smiled faintly at Mu Ling. "Sister Jing, I'll let you hold the child," Mu Ling quickly said. Unexpectedly, Ning Jing shook her head. She seemed to want to say something, but suddenly, her vision turned black and she fell down. Luckily, Bai Yuqiao caught her in time. The medicine that she drank last night had already taken effect. She did not look like she had just given birth at all. But this was only what it looked like. Her body was in pain, and she was so weak that she could not hold on any longer. "Sister Jing. What's wrong with Sister Jing?" Mu Ling was shocked. Bai Yuqiao hugged her and said to Deacon Jean, "Jean Z, no matter what you're going to do, let's go quickly. Ning Jing can't hold on. Ning Jing, she's sick." How would Bai Yuqiao know that Deacon Jean already knew the truth? Before she could figure out whether Deacon Jean was a friend or foe, she was still very cautious. After all, Deacon Jean could actually control the tiger that Jun Yixie had tamed. He must not be simple. What kind of background did he have? If these tigers were normal tigers, then so be it. But these tigers had already been tamed by Jun Yixie into poison corpses. Deacon Jean could actually make them betray Jun Yixie. Bai Yuqiao felt that Deacon Jean and Jun Yixie had some kind of relationship. Mu Ling was extremely embarrassed and was about to explain. Unexpectedly, a large white tiger suddenly flew out from the bushes on the right. The person sitting on its back was none other than Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu was covered in blood, and that large white tiger was also injured. A large piece of flesh had been cut off from its hind leg. There's a group of poison corpses over there. They're coming over soon," Su Xiaoyu said while panting. If not for the large white tiger's protection and her own poison skills, she would have died long ago. Jun Yixie even ambushed poison corpses? Bai Yuqiao was incomparably shocked. What was Jun Yixie trying to do? Why did he ambush poison corpses at Tiger's prison? There were already 6 large white tigers and so many guards ambushing them. He even ambushed poison corpses. Could it be that he was guarding against Han Yunxi and Long Feiyi? Or could it be that this arrangement wasn't a precaution but was specially prepared for Han Yunxi and Long Feiyi? Bai Yuqiao seemed to have thought of something and suddenly felt uneasy. "We must leave as soon as possible," Deacon Jean said and blew a whistle. In an instant all the tigers became alert. Just as they were about to leave, unfortunately, the poison corpses on the right had already arrived. There were over 20 poison corpses. All of them had ashen faces and were expressionless like death soldiers. They came over and surrounded them from the right. At the same time, a group of sword-wielding guards appeared from the left. It was a pincer attack from the left and right. Fortunately, the group of archers at the back had already been dealt with by the large white tigers. But, just as they were about to escape, a group of archers suddenly walked out from the forest in front of them. There were 2 rows of over 20 people, all of them with their bows drawn and ready to shoot. They were surrounded from the left, right and front, leaving only the back to escape. But the back was the road back to Tiger's prison. There was no escape route. "Who are you?" the leader of the archers asked angrily. Duke Kong had ordered for 3 inner and 3 outer layers of defense to be deployed around Tiger's prison. Who knew that the 3 outer layers of defense would suddenly be ambushed by the tiger horde? The tiger horde was a large wild tiger from the forest and not domesticated. The sudden attack caused the 3 outer layers of defense to suffer heavy losses. Who knew that the 3 inner layers of defense would be ambushed by 2 large white tigers? At first, they didn't know what was going on and only thought that these large white tigers had lost control. So other than running away, they didn't dare to resist at all for fear of injuring these large white tigers. It must be known that these 6 large white tigers were Duke Kang's prized treasures. Even Duke Kang's favorite, Hao San, didn't dare to mistreat these large white tigers, much less injure them. So, in just a short while, the 3 inner layers of defense of Tiger's prison suffered even more losses than the 3 outer layers. There were originally 300 archers, but now there were only 20 or so left. Until just now, they had been running away and hadn't taken the initiative to attack. It was only after hearing the report from the people who escaped from Tiger's prison that they found out the truth. Deacon Jean wasn't a person who liked to talk. He ignored the archers and tightly held on to Mu Ling Er's waist with one hand and patted the large white tiger with the other. Suddenly, he charged towards the sword-wielding guards on the left. The moment he charged over, the tiger carrying Ning Jing, Bai Yuqiao and Su Xiaoyu immediately followed suit. The archers immediately released their arrows and the poison corpses also attacked. The tiger leading the way pounced on the archers while the remaining 2 pounced on the poison corpses. For a moment, arrows flew everywhere and a fight broke out. Deacon Jean protected Mu Ling as they fled while fighting with the sword-wielding guards. Bai Yuqiao protected Ning Jing and was unarmed. All she could do was dodge. Su Xiaoyu was behind her and shouted at her, "Use poison, idiot!" This time, Bai Yuqiao remembered that she could use poison. She didn't bring any weapons with her, but she did bring a lot of poison. No matter what, she was still Bai Yanqing's disciple and had learned poison since she was young. Poison was useless against the corpses, but it was much more effective against the sword-wielding guards. Bai Yuqiao protected Ning Jing and leaned back, dodging the swords that swept towards them. She casually waved her hand and shot out 2 poison needles. They didn't hit the guards' vital points, but they hit their hands. However, it was enough to numb the guards' hands and make them unable to wield their swords. The guards on the other side wanted to attack, but the white tiger pounced over and trampled them under its feet. The big white tiger's sharp claws viciously slapped the guard's heart, causing him to spit out blood and die. "Careful!" Su Xiaoyu suddenly jumped up from the tiger's back and kicked away the arrow that was flying towards Bai Yuqiao. "Thanks," Bai Yuqiao said loudly. Su Xiaoyu ignored her and continued to dodge the arrows. Deacon Jean had already brought Mu Ling and escaped far away. However, Bai Yuqiao and Su Xiaoyu were pincered by the sword-wielding guards and archers. A few poison corpses avoided the poison tigers and attacked them. Su Xiaoyu, I'll cover you. Hurry and run. Bai Yuqiao said loudly. Su Xiaoyu looked at her suspiciously. She wanted to ask but decided against it. She said, Look after Ning Jing. I don't need you to cover me. At this time, a sharp arrow flew over from behind and snapped on Bai Yuqiao's shoulder. Bai Yuqiao pulled it out without hesitation and said coldly, It's poisonous. She quickly realized that she couldn't cure the poison and immediately switched to her other hand to hug Ning Jing. Su Xiaoyu jumped up from the tiger's back again and landed behind Bai Yuqiao to help her block the arrows. The injured tiger didn't have to care about Su Xiaoyu anymore and actually pounced towards the archers like crazy. In a moment, all the archers were scared and stopped. Bai Yuqiao and the rest wanted to take the opportunity to escape, but there were too many incompetent poison corpses and they couldn't deal with them all. The white tiger had to take care of their safety and couldn't kill as many enemies as it wanted. Gradually, the 3 people and 6 tigers were surrounded by the poison corpses and the few remaining archers and guard. Bai Yuqiao looked to the left and said in a low voice, What does Jin Zi mean? Did he escape by himself? Indeed, Jin Zi had already protected Mu Linger and escaped far away, and was already very safe. Mu Linger held on to Jin Zi with one hand and pinched Deacon Jin with the other. Go back and save them. Go back and save them. They'll die. Ning Jing will die. Let go. If you don't go, I'll go. Let go. Mu Linger was furious. She pinched Deacon Jin's arm so hard that it almost bled. Deacon Jin's brows were tightly knitted. It was obvious that he couldn't stand the pain, but he didn't make a sound. Chapter 1052. Even though Deacon Jin couldn't stand the pain, he let Mu Linger bite him without making a sound. In the end, it was Mu Linger who let go of him. She said angrily, Jin Zi, I'm telling you, if I wasn't carrying the child, I wouldn't let you off. You also know that you're carrying the child? Are you going back to die? Deacon Jin asked in return. He really didn't know why he had been bewitched by such a stupid woman. Instead of rejoicing that she was able to bring the child out of danger, she wanted to go back to save them. Did she not understand the meaning of do what you can't do? With Deacon Jin's question, Mu Linger finally realized that her safety was the child's comfort. Even so, she was still worried about Sister Jing and the rest. Especially Sister Jing. If something happened to Sister Jing, what would happen to the child? What would happen to Tangli? What would she do? Jin Zi, don't you have a way to save them? Mu Linger asked in a choked voice. You're begging me? Deacon Jin asked. At this time, Mu Linger didn't care about having a backbone. Backbone couldn't save people, and it couldn't be eaten. She nodded seriously. I'm begging you, I'm begging you. Unexpectedly, Deacon Jin replied coldly, It's useless even if you beg me. You. Mu Linger was so angry that she wanted to kick him off his horse. Damn it. As soon as she said that, the sound of tiger roar came from all around them. Used to hearing the howls of tiger roar, Mu Linger could immediately tell that the tiger roar she heard now was completely different from the one in Tiger's prison. What's going on? The child seemed to have sensed the danger around them, and suddenly started wailing. Mu Linger quickly hugged the child tightly and comforted him. Good boy, don't cry, don't cry. Godmother is here, it's okay. Godmother will protect you. Don't cry, be a good girl. Deacon Jin was especially disdainful. He snorted and looked around. Mu Linger was not in the mood to argue with him. She was choking with sobs, but her tears did not fall. She was still trying to smile and make the baby laugh. However, the baby did not smile. Instead, he cried even harder. Just as Mu Linger was at a loss, Deacon Jin reached out and let the little doll suck on his little finger. The baby immediately stopped crying and started sucking carefully. It's dirty. Mu Linger panicked. Why are you being so particular at a time like this? You dirty yourself and get out, Manager Jean said unhappily. Only then did Mu Linger shut her mouth. At this time, a group of big tigers ran out from the surrounding forest. They were not white tigers, but big tigers with green eyes and stripes. Mu Linger was dumbfounded. There were at least 10 big tigers in this group, and they were not hostile to them at all. They all ran behind them. Mu Linger then realized that this group of big tigers might be here to help them. She asked in shock, Jean Z, you know the language of beasts like June Isia? Deacon Jean did not answer her. Mu Linger said again, Jean Z, my sister said in the letter that the Black Clan knows the language of beasts. You're not from the Black Clan, are you? Deacon Jean clearly froze for a moment, but he quickly recovered and said coldly, don't talk nonsense. Otherwise, why would these tigers listen to you? Also, why would June Isia's tigers listen to you? Mu Linger asked again. Bai Yuqiao said that June Isia spent several years to tame 6 big white tigers, but you tamed them in such a short time. Mu Linger was shocked as she spoke. Jean Z, you're much more powerful than June Isia. You can't be a direct descendant of the Black Clan too, right? Deacon Jean was stunned. Just as he did not know how to answer, 2 big white tigers carrying Bai Yuqiao and the others ran over. Bai Yuqiao and Su Xiaoyu's faces and bodies were covered with wounds. Ning Jing was still unconscious and was tightly protected by Bai Yuqiao. Seeing that they were coming, Deacon Jean did not think too much and said loudly, run to the right and enter the mountain. Only the heavens knew how many guards June Isia had deployed around them. They only had one way to go, and that was to enter the mountain. If they walked into the deep mountains and forests, firstly, the road was complicated and difficult to find. Secondly, the forest was the tigers' territory. With the tigers' protection, they would be very safe. The group of people quickly escaped from the deep mountains. After a while, the 3 big white tigers at the back caught up. However, just as the big white tigers were about to catch up with Deacon Jean and the others, they both fell. Not knowing what happened, the 3 tigers' heads suddenly shed fur and festered. Moreover, it spread to their entire bodies at lightning speed. After their fur festered, their flesh and bones also started to fester. The 3 huge creatures turned into 3 pools of blood in the end, and the shape of the blood looked like 3 big tigers lying on the ground. When the guards of Tiger's prison caught up, they only saw 3 big pools of blood on the ground. What is this? Why is it so smelly? Don't touch it, will it be poisonous? This can't be the 3 white tigers, right? Don't you think it looks like them? Hurry up and search. If we can't find them, none of us can live. The remaining few guards started to split up and search. Not long later, one of the guards found 2 strange pools of blood in the forest. When everyone rushed over, they were all shocked. They saw that these 2 pools of blood were the same as the 3 pools of blood from before. It was extremely smelly. One of the pools looked like a tiger lying on the ground. The other pool was even more strange. Not only did it look like a tiger, there seemed to be a person lying on the tiger's back. The guards looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what was going on. Were these pools of blood really formed from the white tigers? If it was, then what about Mu Linger and the rest? There were obviously 6 white tigers, so why were there only 5 pools of blood? Mu Linger and the rest, including the baby in swaddling clothes, were obviously 5 people. Why was the pool of blood only in the shape of one person? What had happened to them? Could it be that they were poisoned? One of the guards asked in a panic. Then who poisoned them? Another person quickly asked. In my opinion, they were cursed. Someone timidly said. In that moment, everyone became nervous. The guards could not come to a conclusion. When they saw the strange pools of blood, they became more and more afraid. In the end, they did not dare to go deeper into the forest to look for them. They immediately rushed back to Tiger's prison and reported everything to June Isia, who was far away in the army. When June Isia received the news of the incident at Tiger's prison, he had just imprisoned Ning Qing and had not yet interrogated him. What? he suddenly stood up in disbelief. If it was said that someone was able to kill their way through the encirclement and save the people in Tiger's prison, he would still believe it. However, the guards told him that a black-clothed man controlled 6 poisonous tigers, and even tigers that covered the entire mountain to save the hostages. How could he believe this? He, a descendant of the Black Clan, had spent a lot of effort to tame those white tigers. How could someone be able to control those white tigers to betray him? Rather than saying that understanding the language of beasts was the Black Clan's secret technique, it was better to say that understanding the language of beasts was the Black Clan's innate talent. Every generation had different innate talents, but the Black Clan's direct descendants had the highest innate talent. Those with low innate talents could only understand the sounds of insects and bird. Those with high innate talents could understand the sounds of large animals. The Black Clan's secret technique was the beast taming technique. In fact, they borrowed the innate talent of understanding the language of beasts to gain the ability to control beasts. Jun Yixie remembered very clearly that his father did not have any siblings. He was the only son in the family. His innate talent was the highest among all the Black Clan members. The other Black Clan members who understood the language of beasts could only understand the language of low-level animals. They were not of much help to him. The few people who understood the language of horses had always been hiding in Northern Lee's horse farms. It was because of this that he controlled many of Northern Lee's horse farms. Even he was unable to completely tame the tiger race, which was the king race of beasts. That black-clothed man, where did he come from? How was he related to the Black Clan? Master, that black-clothed man could also be. Before Hao San could finish his words, Jun Yixie stopped him. He firmly denied it. There is no such possibility. He naturally knew what Hao San wanted to say. What Hao San wanted to say was, could that black-clothed man also be a direct descendant of the Black Clan? He did not think that there was such a possibility. Even if there was, he would definitely not admit it. He was the one with the most noble bloodline in the Black Clan. He was the one with the highest innate talent. Facing his furious master, Hao San did not dare to say anything else. Go and prepare. This king will personally make a trip to Tiger's prison. Jun Yixie said coldly. Yes. Hao San quickly retreated. He lowered his head, but his eyes were filled with disdain and a cold smile. After Hao San left, Jun Yixie paced back and forth in the military camp. He was restless. In the end, he could not help but rush into the prison. Ning Qing had just been brought into the military prison. At this moment, he was tied up and hung on the rack. He never expected that everything between him and Bai Yuqiao would be exposed at a time like this. No matter how he racked his brains, he couldn't figure out how Jun Yixie had discovered that Bai Yuqiao was a spy. Bai Yuqiao was the one who understood Jun Yixie the most. Her every move was carefully thought out. Moreover, they had worked together for so long without any trouble. Why was it exposed at this juncture? What he was most worried about was that Ning Jing's pregnancy would arouse Jun Yixie's suspicions. However, Jun Yixie should not know that the one who was pregnant was not Mu Linger, but Ning Jing. Ning Qing thought about it again and again. In the end, he locked onto Jin Zi and Uncle Cheng as suspects. Although Uncle Cheng was closer to him, he did not hesitate to suspect Uncle Cheng. Actually, at this point, suspecting anyone was useless. The only thing he was glad about was that Han Yunxi and Long Feiyi had delayed the rescue and northern expedition. From Jun Yixie's recent actions, he should not know that the northern expedition had been delayed. Ning Cheng's hands were hung up high. He had his head lowered and his brows tightly knitted. One of his eyes was blind, while the other eye was dimly lit by the candlelight. There was a hint of determination and killing intent hidden in his eyes. In a fit of anger, Jun Yixie strode in and whipped Ning Qing with his whip. Without a word, he aimed it at Ning Qing. With a swoosh, Ning Cheng's skin was immediately split open. Jun Yixie had been tricked to this extent. It was already his limit to not whip Ning Qing until now. Speak. Who was the black-clothed man who saved Mu Linger and the others? Jun Yixie asked loudly. Mu Linger and Ning Jing were saved? Ning Qing was very surprised. He suddenly raised his head. Chapter 1053. Didn't they agree to postpone the rescue mission and the expedition to the north? Why did they suddenly decide to rescue her? Ning Qing didn't know that Ning Jing had given birth, nor did he know the exact situation at Tiger's prison. He quickly realized that Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi wouldn't be the ones to rescue her. If they wanted to rescue her, they would have started the expedition to the north. Then who was this saint deity that could rescue her from Jun Yixie's heavy defenses? Ning Qing's first thought was Bai Yanqing. However, judging from Jun Yixie's reaction, it couldn't be Bai Yanqing. Otherwise, Jun Yixie wouldn't have questioned him so angrily. Ning Qing let Jun Yixie beat him without making a sound. In the end, Jun Yixie was tired and Ning Qing was covered in wounds. Jun Yixie fell to the ground dejectedly while Ning Qing looked at him condescendingly. What exactly happened at Tiger's prison that made Jun Yixie so angry and dispirited? At night, Jun Yixie secretly left the military camp with Ning Qing and rushed to Tiger's prison. He didn't know what was going on with the oddly shaped blood that the guards reported. He had to go to the scene to understand. Jun Yixie rushed to Tiger's prison with Ning Qing. At the same time, Han Yunxi and the others were also rushing to Tiger's prison. It had been several days since they sent the letter to Tianshan. They should have received a reply by now, but there was no news at all. Long Fei Yi used specially trained eagles to send the letter to Tianshan. They could withstand the snowstorms of Tianshan. Moreover, there were special messengers at the top of Tianshan to send letters. It was the end of spring and the beginning of summer. The snow on Tianshan had almost melted and the weather was just right. It was easy for people to go up and down Tianshan, let alone eagles. Long Fei Yi knew that something must have happened to Sky Mountain. Therefore, in the past few days, they had not rested at all. They had been traveling day and night. It must be the evil sword sect. Long Fei Yi said. In today's martial arts world, only the evil sword sect could shake Sky Mountain, and only Bai Yanqing could touch the three supremacies. How long has that old fox been hiding in Tianshan Mountain? Han Yunxi was worried. Did Bai Yanqing already know about the matter of the Phoenix power? Who was the one who wrote the replies they sent back? Were the various explanations regarding the dual cultivation of Phoenix power and Lustbite power true or false? Had they been tricked by that old fox Bai Yanqing? In my opinion, that old fox must have attacked the top of Tianshan Mountain after the beginning of spring. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been unable to receive the letter until now. Gu interrupted. He knew that anything related to Bai Yanqing was not a small matter. It was not for any other reason, but because in this world, the only person Long Fei Yi could not deal with was Bai Yanqing. If the previous letters were all forged, then Bai Yanqing did not need to stop replying at this time. He could continue to forge another one to avoid arousing their suspicion. Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi agreed with Gu's guess. Seeing that both of them nodded, Gu suddenly stopped his horse and asked seriously, "If that's the case, do you still plan to continue to Sky Mountain?" If his guess was right, they would be courting death if they went to Sky Mountain now. Who knew how many traps Bai Yanqing had prepared for them? Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi exchanged glances. They had thought of what Gu had thought of. Not to mention that they still did not understand the truth behind the Phoenix power. Even if they did not understand the Phoenix power and dual cultivation, they still had to go to Sky Mountain. This matter did not only concern Elder Kenzo and the three supremacies, but also the entire Tianshan Kenzo. Tianshan Kenzo had countless disciples, countless sword manuals, and countless treasured swords. It had always been the leader of the martial arts world. Once Tianshan Kenzo fell into Bai Yanqing's hands, it would become a tool for the heretical sword sect to wreak havoc in the martial arts world. Before the world was in chaos, the martial arts world would be in chaos first. They had already sacrificed their time on the northern expedition to rush here. There was no reason for them to turn back, and there was no reason for them to hide. Moreover, they had already found 7 types of 10,000 poisons. Now, they were only left with Bai Yanqing's blood and the little thing's poisonous blood. Even if Bai Yanqing did not look for them, they would look for Bai Yanqing one day. Coldly, Han Yunshi said, "Even if it's a mountain of swords or a sea of flames, we're not afraid of him." She had not had the time to cultivate recently, but her connection with the little thing was getting stronger. She could clearly feel the little thing cultivating, and could also clearly feel the little thing's poisonous fangs recovering. The little thing must have eaten a lot of good things in Bai Yanqing's poison storage space. She even had a faint sense of familiarity these past 2 nights. She only felt that the poison storage space was about to level up again. This feeling was very similar to the one she felt when the poison storage space leveled up from level 1 to level 2 on Sky Mountain. Perhaps the little thing would continue to help her level up this time. As long as her poison storage space leveled up to level 3, the little thing would be free. As long as they got the little thing's poisonous blood, they really did not have to fear Bai Yanqing's indestructible body. Gu could not convince Han Yunshi and Long Feiyi, so he could only follow in silence. Gu was worried that once he had to fight with Bai Yanqing, he would have no choice but to reveal his secret. Gu was conflicted, and a very arrogant idea came to him. He thought he had to think of a way to challenge Bai Yanqing to a duel, and avoid Poison Girl and the others. The group sped up, speeding towards Sky Mountain. At their speed, they would reach the foot of Sky Mountain in about 5 days. A few days passed, and Jun Yixie brought Ning Qing back to Tiger's prison. "Take him to the dungeon, and give him 1 antidote a day. Remember that. If he dies, this prince will have all of you buried with him." "Cold, Jun Yixie," said Jun Yixie. Ning Qing still did not know about the bloody water. He was already Jun Yixie's last hostage. He thought, no matter who saved Mu Linger and the others, as long as it was not Bai Yanqing, the situation would not be too bad. He was the only hostage left in Jun Yixie's hands, so he did not have to think too much. After imprisoning Ning Qing in the dungeon of Tiger's prison, Jun Yixie had the guards lead the way to see the pools of blood. Although the 3 pools of blood had already dried up, there were dark red marks on the ground that even the rain could not wash away. When Jun Yixie saw it, he immediately determined that the blood belonged to the poisonous tigers he had tamed, and the tigers had died from poison. "Master, who could be the next killer?" Hao San asked in a low voice. The poisonous tigers that Jun Yixie had tamed had already been turned into poisonous corpses, so they had the ability to resist most poisons. Only a few rare high-level poisons could poison them to death. In other words, the poison skills of the person who could poison these poisonous tigers to death were definitely not ordinary. Jun Yixie ignored Hao San and asked coldly, "Are you sure that Mu Linger and the others rode the white tigers to escape?" "Your Highness Duke of Kong, we all saw it with our own eyes. When Mu Linger was giving birth, the midwife also entered the room, and it was also the white tigers that blocked the way," the guard reported truthfully. If it was not for the fact that they did not dare to attack the white tigers in the beginning and lost a lot of time, Mu Linger and the others might not have been able to escape. Many of the guards at Tiger's prison had died, and the survivors all resented those poisonous tigers. Of course, they only dared to complain in their hearts. Jun Yixie still did not say anything and walked into the dense forest. The 2 pools of blood in the dense forest had also dried up, leaving behind a mark that could not be erased. Jun Yixie stopped beside the human-shaped blood mark. He used his finger to lightly smear some of the blood, sniffed it seriously, and took it away without another word. He spent half a day to identify that this blood was human blood and not tiger blood. Furthermore, it was the blood of a woman who had died after being poisoned. What exactly had happened? Jun Yixie was certain that the person who poisoned the white tigers was definitely not Han Yunshi. Other than Han Yunshi, who else had such high poison skills to be able to poison 5 white tigers to death in such a short period of time? Where did the last white tiger go? Who was the woman who was poisoned to the point that not even her bones remained? Where did the rest of the people go? A complicated look flashed past Hao San's eyes, and he asked again, "Master, could it be that the he that Hao San was referring to was Bai Yanqing? If he wanted to make a move, why wait until now? Why go through so much trouble?" Jun Yixie asked coldly. Compared to the person who poisoned them, he was more concerned about the identity of the black-robed man. Right at this moment, a guard hurriedly came to report, "Your Highness the Sonfroid Duke, Uncle Cheng has been found, but Deacon Jean has not been found." Jun Yixie looked over sharply, extremely displeased. "Bring him in." After the riot at Tiger's Den, Uncle Cheng and Deacon Jean had both disappeared. The guards had been searching nearby, and only today did they find Uncle Cheng. Tiger's Den was surrounded by dense forests, and they had set up many ambushes. Even if Uncle Cheng escaped from Tiger's Den, he might not be able to walk out of this forest. Jun Yixie had always thought that the black-robed man was an intruder, and had never understood that the black-robed man was Deacon Jean. As soon as Uncle Cheng was brought over, before he could even open his mouth to beg for mercy, Jun Yixie viciously stepped over him, directly stomping him to the ground. "Where's Jean Z? I don't know, I haven't seen him since that night. Your Highness the Sonfroid Duke, on account of my meritorious service in reporting the news, please spare me," Uncle Cheng hurriedly pleaded. Not only was he pleading, but he was also reminding Jun Yixie that he was an elder of the D clan and could provide a lot of information about the D clan, so he could not be killed. Jun Yixie was naturally aware of this, or else he would not have kept Uncle Cheng alive until now. "What exactly is Jean Z's background?" Jun Yixie questioned. By now, he was more or less suspicious. "Nothing much. He was just a slave that the Winter Crow tribe bought from the three-way black market, and Master Ning bought him," Uncle Cheng answered truthfully. Jun Yixie had naturally investigated this matter. Could he have been the one to save her? Jun Yixie asked directly. Uncle Cheng immediately denied it. "Your Highness the Sonfroid Duke, if Jean Z could save someone, he would have done so long ago. Why wait until now?" These words were indeed reasonable. Jun Yixie became irritated. He released his foot from Uncle Cheng's back, and Uncle Cheng heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to get up, Jun Yixie suddenly kicked him viciously in the face, sending him flying. "Men, take him to the dungeon. Tell Ning Ching that he was the one who betrayed the D clan," Jun Yixie said coldly. He could not kill Ning Ching now, but he could slowly torture Ning Ching. "Tonight, I will let Ning Ching have a taste of being betrayed by his loyal servant." Chapter 1054. The guards escorted Uncle Cheng to the entrance of the dungeon. Jun Yixie also followed. He suddenly regretted it. He let the guards leave and let Uncle Cheng go in by himself. Instead of telling Ning Ching that Uncle Cheng is a traitor, it's better to let Uncle Cheng continue to deceive him. Perhaps this show will be more exciting. Go in by yourself. This prince can't control your life and death. Ning Ching can. Jun Yixie said as he kicked Uncle Cheng in. Uncle Cheng didn't understand Jun Yixie's meaning. After he fell to the ground, he quickly got up and carefully walked in. Jun Yixie had actually been following behind him. He was hiding in the shadows, quietly waiting to watch the show. After passing through the long entrance passage, there was a narrow space. The dungeon was very small. If there was a rack, a prisoner, and 2 or 3 more people came in, it would be full. Back then, Jun Yixie had considered that Mu Ling was going to give birth and Su Xiaoyu was going to recuperate, so he didn't lock them in the dungeon. Now that he thought about it, he really trusted Bai Yuqiao too much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let so many hostages escape without leaving a single one. With hostages in hand, even if Long Fei-yi and Han Yunshi went north, he wouldn't be afraid. Now, he only has Ning Qing in his hands. If he wants to resist the pressure from the south, he still has to start with the D clan. As soon as Uncle Qing came in, Ning Qing knew. However, he kept his head down, pretending not to see anything, and didn't say a word. A trace of timidity flitted through Uncle Qing's eyes. He carefully leaned against the wall, not daring to move or make a sound. His shoulder was almost broken by Jun-yi and his chin was already swollen. However, these physical pains were far less painful than the pain in his heart. Looking at Master Ning like this, looking at Ning Qing, whom he had watched grow up, he felt nothing but heartache. As the head of the D clan, the head of the Ning family army, and the head of the myriad merchant palace, he had military power and financial power. He should have been high-spirited, able to call the wind and summon the rain, dominating a region. But now, he was reduced to such a sorry state. One-eyed, banished, and dejected. Where did the once inviolable and arrogant Ning Qing go? Uncle Cheng's eyes were wet. He hoped that Master Ning would look up at him, but he was also afraid that Master Ning would know about his betrayal. He admitted that he had selfish motives for defecting. If Mu Linger and Ning Jing were rescued, even if Ning Jing didn't pursue the matter, Mu Linger would never forgive him. But the real reason for his betrayal was to destroy the cooperation between the D clan and East Qin. They had been loyal to the D clan for 2 generations. They had witnessed how much the D clan had sacrificed for revenge and the recovery of Western Qin. He couldn't accept the alliance between the D clan and East Qin. The D clan and East Qin's cooperation didn't count as cooperation at all. Simply put, the D clan was being used by East Qin. The D clan brothers were simply fighting for East Qin and Long Fei-yi's power. Han Yunshi had no intentions of reviving her country. After the northern expedition destroyed Northernly, Long Fei-yi would definitely swallow up Western Zhou and Tian to unite Cloud Realm continent. By then, Long Fei-yi would only revive the East Qin Empire while Han Yunshi, the Western Qin princess, would become East Qin's empress. The D clan would become the East Qin's slaves. How could he swallow this anger? He would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. With Ning Cheng's abilities and the D clan's strength, it wouldn't be difficult for them to gain a foothold in Cloud Realm continent by borrowing the name of Western Qin's imperial court. Even if Ning Qing divided Tianning into his own territory and amassed a large army, Long Fei-yi wouldn't be able to do anything to the D clan for the sake of Han Yunshi's face. Why was Ning Qing so stupid as to charge into the enemy lines for Long Fei's sake? It was a strenuous and thankless task. Only by destroying the cooperation between East Qin and the D clan could Ning Qing be forced to a dead end. Either he died, or he sincerely cooperated with Jun-yi to gain a foothold for himself and the D clan. Uncle Cheng had been cooped up in his room while he was locked up in Tiger's prison to think and hesitate over these matters. He was certain that Jun-yi had reached a dead end under the current circumstances, especially with all the hostages gone. Jun-yi had nowhere else to go. Jun-yi had no choice but to cooperate with the D clan. Otherwise, once Long Fei-yi and Han Yunshi sent their troops north, everything he had painstakingly built up in Northernly would be swept clean. In other words, the current situation was Jun-yi begging Ning Qing, not Ning Qing begging Jun-yi. Uncle Cheng stood there for a long while before he saw that Master Ning didn't move. Finally, he took a deep breath and walked over. He was already standing in front of Ning Qing, but Ning Qing's head was still bowed. Anyone who didn't know better might think he was unconscious. Master Ning, Uncle Cheng spoke in a low voice. He had planned to first analyze the current situation in Tiger's prison with Ning Qing, as well as the situation between the D clan and Jun-yi. Then, he would turn himself in and force Ning Qing to make a choice. But who knew that before he could speak, Ning Qing would suddenly kick him ruthlessly? Only God knew how much strength and anger Ning Qing had used to send Uncle Cheng flying with just one kick. Uncle Cheng crashed into the stone wall behind him. After he fell to the ground, he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. He raised his head in disbelief. Master Ning, don't think I don't know what you've done. Ning Qing roared angrily. Jun Yixie, who was hiding in the dark, was rather shocked. He hadn't expected Ning Qing to guess that Uncle Cheng had betrayed him. It had to be said that Jun Yixie was very disappointed. Still, he continued to wait patiently. Uncle Cheng crawled to his feet with difficulty. After all, he was getting on in years. After being kicked so many times in the past hour, he couldn't even stand steadily. He was even more shocked than Jun Yixie. He hadn't said a word, but Master Ning was already suspecting him. Qing Xianmin, you didn't betray me, but the D clan. The oath you swore to be loyal to my father. Ning Qing thought he could hold himself back, but now he couldn't restrain his anger. Master Ning, why don't you work together with Jun Yixie? Only by working with Jun Yixie can you hold onto this tiny piece of Tianing. Otherwise, the D clan will become East Qin's slaves in the end. Uncle Cheng said loudly. A complicated look flitted past Jun Yixie's eyes, but he didn't say a word. He'd never liked Uncle Cheng, but now it looked like Uncle Cheng was his benefactor. If Uncle Cheng could convince Ning Qing, he wouldn't mind giving Ning Qing another chance. Ning Qing glared fiercely at Uncle Cheng as he said word by word, Qing Xianmin, you are my D clan's first and only traitor. You don't have the right to speak to this clan head. Get out. Master Ning, why do you persist in going about things the wrong way? Uncle Cheng was angry as well. What's so good about Han Yunxi? What's so good about her? Master Ning, with your current actions, are you loyal to Western Qin, or to Han Yunxi alone? Han Yunxi is Western Qin is Han Yunxi. Ning Qing angrily roared. Uncle Cheng gave a cold laugh. Master Ning, when Long Feiyi flattens northernly and when Long Feiyi recovers East Qin, there will no longer be Western Qin or Han Yunxi. There will only be the East Qin Empress. Enough. Ning Qing angrily said. Master Ning, you should properly think about it. Jun Yixie is in a dilemma right now, so he doesn't have any room to negotiate with you. As long as you sincerely cooperate with him, you can use his military strength to fight for a place for the D clan in Cloud Realm. Uncle Cheng said. When Jun Yixie, who was hiding in the shadows, heard this, he was first stunned before his entire person turned bad. He had clearly come to watch a good show, but instead of seeing a good show, he had been checkmated by Uncle Cheng. This damn Qing Xianmin, he was actually so shrewd. So his betrayal wasn't a true betrayal, but a well-intentioned one. Jun Yixie narrowed his eyes, the anger on his face growing stronger. He almost rushed out, but he had to convince himself to hold back. Even though Uncle Cheng was repulsive, his analysis just now was completely correct. His situation was far worse than the D clan's. Other than cooperating with Ning Qing, he had no other way out. Moreover, if he cooperated with Ning Qing, he wouldn't be able to gain any benefit. If the one imprisoned here was Mu Linger, he would still have a bargaining chip with Han Yunxi. If the one imprisoned here was Ning Jing, he could still ask for the Tang sect's support. However, the one imprisoned here was Ning Qing. How could Han Yunxi and Long Feiyi be controlled by him for the head of the D clan? These two fellows couldn't wait to use this opportunity to sacrifice Ning Qing so that the D clan would fall apart. If the Long Feiyi lost the D clan's military strength, he could still conquer the north. However, if he lost the D clan's support, whether it was financial or military support, he wouldn't be able to resist the Long Feiyi's army. Thinking of this, Jun Yixie's entire heart felt stifled. At this moment, Ning Qing had already lowered his head. He didn't look at Uncle Cheng, nor did he speak any more nonsense. Master Ning, this subordinate betrayed Miss Jing. This subordinate never had the heart to betray you. Seeing that Ning Cheng was ignoring him, Uncle Cheng could only wait. He clutched his aching chest and sighed. Master Ning, you should consider it carefully. If you insist, only death awaits you. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi won't cherish your life. After Uncle Cheng finished speaking, he was about to retreat to the side. Who knew that Ning Cheng would suddenly raise his leg again and ruthlessly kick Uncle Cheng away. This time, Uncle Cheng crashed into the wall and fell down. He didn't stand up again and fainted. Ning Cheng's body swayed violently on the torture rack because he used too much strength. He didn't even look at Uncle Cheng. His head was lowered the entire time, and no one knew what he was thinking. Jun Yixie wanted to approach, but he suddenly stopped. He had noticed Ning Cheng's feet. He didn't think that Ning Cheng's feet would explode with such strength even when he was hung up like this. If it wasn't for today's discovery, he would be in danger if he approached Ning Cheng. Jun Yixie silently turned and left. When he reached the prison door, he gave an order in a low voice, "Lock Ning Cheng's feet." Jun Yixie walked into the forest alone. If Ning Cheng didn't cooperate with him, how should he deal with Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi? Seeing that the D clan and East Qin army were about to head north, he was in imminent danger. Who was the person who kidnapped Mu Linger? What was their goal? Was it for Mu Linger's group, or was it for him? Jun Yixie was extremely vexed. There was nothing he could do but wait. Meanwhile, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi had already reached the foot of Celestial Mountain. That night they were resting in a hidden cave at the foot of the mountain. This was where Long Fei Yi used to rest when climbing the mountain. It was also where he used to hide from Duanmu Yao's cultivation. Besides Su Donglin, the only other person who knew about this place was Chu Shifeng. They had just finished eating their rations and were preparing to discuss climbing the mountain when a rustling sound came from outside. "Who is it?" Long Fei Yi immediately chased after the sound. Chapter 1055. Hearing the commotion outside the cave, Long Fei Yi immediately chased after them, but didn't see anyone outside. Han Yunxi and the rest followed suit, but Long Fei Yi gestured for them to stay put. He looked towards the grass in front of him and cautiously walked over step by step. He knew that there was someone there and was prepared to take action. But who would have thought that when he got very close, the person hiding in the bushes didn't move? Very soon, he smelled the scent of blood, which made him even more cautious. He stopped and gripped his sword. Unexpectedly, that person suddenly shouted, "Master! Master! It's me, Master, it's me!" Long Fei Yi was alarmed. Han Yunxi and the rest were stunned as well. They all recognized this voice. It was Chu Shifeng's. "Boss!" Su Donglin was the first to rush over, so excited that he fell into the grass and scrambled to his feet. Soon enough, he reached Chu Shifeng's side. Long Fei Yi drew close as well and knitted his brows at the sight of Chu Shifeng. Han Yunxi and the rest hurried over, leaving Han Yunxi gaping at the sight of Chu Shifeng. What happened? Chu Shifeng was in a sorry state, his hair disheveled and his face dirty. His clothes were torn and tattered, and his entire body was covered in bruises and swollen wounds. Han Yunxi swept her eyes over his legs and knew that the bones in his legs were probably all broken. Moreover, the injuries were still there. Chu Shifeng was very excited to see Long Fei Yi, but when he saw Han Yunxi next, he didn't dare to meet her eyes. Instead, he averted his gaze. Boss, just what happened to you?" Su Donglin's voice was choked with sobs as tears welled up in his eyes. Seeing this, Chu Shifeng grew angry. "You're already so old, yet you're still crying. Aren't you ashamed?" Su Donglin turned away and wiped away his tears. He seemed to be both angry and hurt, but didn't look back. Chu Shifeng ignored him and quickly said to Long Fei, "Master, this subordinate's finally managed to get you here. Something big has happened in Heaven Peak." Long Fei Yi squatted down. "What happened?" "Lockhart Yard, Scripture Yard, and Sword Yard betrayed us. They colluded with the evil sword school and attacked the peak several months ago. They locked up Duanmu Yao and Master Kenshin in the dungeons, Chu Shifeng replied hastily. Although none of them had received a reply, they were still stunned by Chu Shifeng's words. Where are the 3 venerable ones? Long Feiyi asked again. The sect leader of the Evil Sword School personally ascended the mountain. None of the 3 honored elders were his match. The Evil Sword School wanted the 3 honored elders to help him subdue the Ganjiang sword, but the 3 honored elders refused. Even now they're still hanging at the peak, Chu Shifeng replied honestly. The sect master of the Evil Sword School had always been mysterious and had never shown himself. But his swordsmanship is definitely not better than the 3 venerables from Tianshan Kenzo. How could he fight 1 against 3 and still win? Everyone exchanged glances before thinking of one person. Without a doubt, it was the man with exquisite swordsmanship who'd once disguised himself as Long Feiyi to kill Gu Beiwei, Bai Yanqing. If it was that old fox who couldn't die, then it'd be easy to deal with the 3 honored elders. So Bai Yanqing was the sect master of the Evil Sword School. Han Yunshi said coldly. Before Heilian died, he'd told Long Feiyi that Bai Yanqing had set up an ambush on Celestial Mountain. Heilian was Tsang Qiuzi's senior disciple and had been helping him secretly communicate with the Evil Sword School. He also knew that Long Feiyi had the Lustbite energy. Thus, Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi suspected that Bai Yanqing was in cahoots with the Evil Sword School. They never expected that Bai Yanqing had long taken control of the entire Evil Sword School. After Bai Shanqing stepped down, he inherited the position of sect master of the Evil Sword School? Long Feiyi was filled with doubts. In other words, Bai Yanqing had been in control of the Evil Sword School for a long time. In other words, Bai Yanqing had been lying in ambush on Celestial Mountain for a long time. What did he want the Ganjiang sword for? When did they attack the peak? Gu suddenly exclaimed. Last October, Chu Shifeng replied. When exactly was it? Do you remember the exact date? Han Yunshi grew anxious as well. Chu Shifeng thought it over, but couldn't remember the exact time. Still, he was certain of one thing: early October. It wasn't even the 15th of October yet. Long Feiyi stiffened at his words. Han Yunshi and Gu gaped as well, unable to recover their wits. When they were at the medicine requesting cave, they had written to Celestial Mountain to ask about Phoenix energy. It had been between the end of October and the beginning of November. The sword sect master had been imprisoned in the prison since the beginning of the 10th month. In other words, their letters hadn't reached Kenzo at all, but ended up in Bai Yanqing's hands. It wasn't Kenzo himself who'd replied, but Bai Yanqing who'd imitated Kenzo's handwriting. This is bad. Gu looked at Long Feiyi. Poison Lass's been exposed. It wasn't just about Phoenix energy, but Bai Yanqing had found out about their dual cultivation as well. Long Feiyi looked at Han Yunshi, while Han Yunshi stared at Long Feiyi with lingering fear. The worst thing is, all of our secret letters have been exposed, Han Yunshi muttered. By now, Han Yunshi's exposure wasn't so important anymore. More importantly, what was the deal with Phoenix energy? Could Han Yunshi continue her dual cultivation with Long Feiyi now that she had Phoenix energy? Was it because of the power of the Phoenix that their dual cultivation failed? Back at the medicine requesting cave, the fake letter had said they could continue their dual cultivation, but they'd failed in the end. Bai Yanqing had clearly tricked them. What kind of good intentions did Bai Yanqing have? Currently, Long Fei had 2 sources of internal energy in his body, both of which were at the highest level. Meanwhile, Han Yunshi had the mysterious Phoenix energy within her body. No matter which one it was, a single mishap could lead to the destruction of a person. If they hadn't decided to delay the northern expedition, they might still be in the dark about Bai Yanqing's plans. Or perhaps he'd have sent even more secret letters to Celestial Mountain. Long Feiyi's secret letters to Celestial Mountain might have been guarded by specialized personnel, but no matter how tight the defenses were, it couldn't prevent the entire mountain from falling into enemy hands. When Han Yunshi mentioned the secret letters, Chu Shifeng quickly took out a letter from his robes, only to see that it had long been soaked in blood. Master, this subordinate has intercepted the letter. Long Fei Yi pulled the letter out of the blood-stained envelope and immediately recognized it as the last letter he'd sent to Celestial Mountain. It only told Kenshin's master that they were going up the mountain. Since Chu Shifeng had intercepted the letter, did that mean Bai Yanqing and the rest of the Evil Sword School students didn't know they were going up the mountain? Chu Shifeng was sprawled on the ground, propping himself up to answer Long Fei Ye's questions. Abruptly, his hands gave out and he collapsed to the ground. Han Yunxi finally noticed that Chu Shifeng's hands seemed to be badly injured as well. Long Fei Yi personally helped him sit up and said coldly, "Su Donglin, what are you spacing out for?" Su Donglin hastily turned around and sat next to Chu Shifeng, afraid that he'd have to support him. Long Fei coldly examined Chu Shifeng, his handsome brows knitting again. "How did you get down the mountain?" He had crippled Chu Shifeng's martial arts and killed the chicken as an example to the monkeys. Although he'd lost his position as head of the Shadow Guard, he hadn't suffered any more hardships on the mountain. Long Fei Ye's Shadow Guard had mostly been selected from Celestial Mountain's disciples. Some of them hadn't been selected from the ranks, but were sent here for training as well. There was a secret training ground for the Shadow Guard at the peak of Celestial Mountain that was directly subordinate to the head of the Shadow Guard. Long Fei Yi didn't have time to manage it personally. Chu Shifeng was the head of the Shadow Guard's training ground. He usually treated his subordinates well, so they wouldn't hit him while he was down. Moreover, once Su Donglin was crippled, Su Donglin took over as head of the Shadow Guard. With Su Donglin's protection, who would dare to do anything to Chu Shifeng? In other words, Chu Shifeng had been sent back to Celestial Mountain because Long Fei Yi had shown him mercy. Otherwise, he'd be killed as an example to the monkeys. Even if he didn't die, he'd suffer a fate worse than death. Long Fei Ye's question reminded Han Yunxi of something. Chu Shifeng had been living at the peak of Celestial Mountain all this time. His martial arts had been crippled, so it was the Shadow Guard who'd sent him up. How had he managed to escape the mountain? After all, the peak of Reserved Mountain was different from other peaks. It was both difficult to climb and descend, so Han Yunxi had a deep impression of it after walking past it once. If not for his lightness skills, it would have been impossible to leave Celestial Mountain, much less escape Evil Sword School's watchful eyes. That's right, how did Chu Shifeng get off the mountain if he didn't know martial arts? If the Shadow Guard had brought him down the mountain, he would have sent them a letter long ago instead of waiting for them to find this place. Chu Shifeng's ashen face was calm as he replied, "Master, this subordinate hid at the peak of Celestial Mountain for a long time. By the time the entire mountain was covered in snow, this subordinate rolled all the way down. This subordinate saw a flying eagle on the way down and stole the letter." Flying eagles to Celestial Mountain were different from returning letters, so he hadn't been able to send a letter back to his master. If not for the eagle filling his stomach and all the wild grass and plants in the spring, he would have starved to death long ago. His legs were crippled and his hands couldn't move. It was easier said than done to survive. Suddenly, everyone fell silent. Only the sound of Su Donglin sniffing could be heard. Ice and snow sealed off the path, freezing it to 3 feet deep. There was no way up Celestial Mountain in winter, but there was a way down. That was the road on the west side of the mountain. It was a very steep path that made it impossible to climb up or down without ice and snow. Once it was sealed off, it was possible to slide down and roll down. But no one had ever done this before. Everyone knew that it was a 9 out of 10 chance of dying. No wonder Chu Shifeng was covered in injuries. Both his legs were crippled and his hands were broken. No wonder Su Donglin hadn't been discovered by the Evil Sword School. Han Yunxi couldn't help but look towards the distant peak. She couldn't imagine what Su Donglin had experienced rolling down the mountain, or how many times he'd walked on the brink of death. In the silence, Chu Shifeng glanced at Han Yunshi before lowering his head. Master. This subordinate begs Master to record this subordinate's meritorious service. Let this subordinate make up for my mistakes. Before Long Feiyi could speak, Han Yunshi said, Mingxiang, what are you spacing out for? Give me the medicine bag. Bailey Mingxiang recovered her wits and quickly fetched the bag from her horse. Gu Beiyue had given it to her before they left. Long Feiyi, give me a hand. Flip him over so he's flat on his back. Han Yunshi added. Chu Shifeng was terrified. He'd served his master for so many years, but when had he ever let him do anything? He was at a loss for what to do when Long Feiyi grabbed his arm. Chapter 1056. Long Feiyi tugged at Chu Shifeng's arm, causing him to stiffen all over. Relax. Han Yunshi said. Chu Shifeng couldn't relax no matter what. Long Feiyi seemed to sense his nervousness as well and stood up cold. Su Donglin, go give him a hand. Su Donglin's eyes were red and swollen. He obeyed Boss Chu's orders and didn't cry, but tears still welled up in his eyes. Besides disrespecting the princess on his own accord, Boss Chu had always been someone he admired and respected. In fact, he'd long treated him as his own big brother. He had been secretly rejoicing, thinking that he'd be able to see Boss Chu once they reached the peak of Celestial Mountain. He'd even been thinking of ways to persuade Boss Chu to give in to the princess and beg for her forgiveness. As long as the princess forgave him, His Highness wouldn't say a word. In the future, Boss Chu would still be a member of the Shadow Clan. Although Boss Chu didn't know martial arts, he had followed His Highness freely and knew more than anyone else in the Shadow Guard. Boss Chu could lead them all the same. But who knew he'd be injured to this extent? Han Yunshi examined him carefully and quickly concluded, both legs are crippled. Both calves suffered comminuted fractures. Too much time has passed, so we'll have to ask Gu Beiyue if they can be cured. Chu Shifeng lay on his back, too afraid to open his eyes. He didn't even dare to think about it, but he couldn't help but wonder if the princess had forgiven him. He always knew he was in the wrong. Acting on his own was a mistake, and a taboo as a Shadow Guard. But he never regretted it, because he couldn't forget the hatred of his ancestors. Until Su Donglin wrote a letter to Celestial Mountain and told him the truth about the Great Qin Empire's internal strife. Only then did he realize that all the hatred was a misunderstanding and that the princess was innocent. He was willing to accept His Highness's exceptions for her. Only then did he realize he'd made a mistake beyond redemption. After finding out the truth, he stopped writing to Su Donglin. He hesitated for a long time and wanted to go down the mountain to find the princess several times. He knew better than anyone else that as long as the princess agreed, His Highness would agree to anything. But he didn't. He lived day after day on the top of Mount Tianshan. Not for anything else, but because he thought he was already a cripple. How could a Shadow Guard without his martial arts be called a Shadow Guard? He even had to be carried down the mountain. It wasn't until the head of the Tianshan Kenzo top 3 schools and their disciples betrayed them, and the Evil Sword School attacked the top of Tianshan Mountain that he realized that he should do something for Her Highness. The top 3 schools had first taken control of the Shadow Guard training base before luring the people from the Evil Sword School to the top of the mountain. He wasn't at the training base at that time, so he managed to escape. No one paid attention to a cripple like him, which was why he could hide for so long. When the snow and ice blocked the road, they would slide down from the west side. Han Yunshi wrapped Chu Shifeng's arm and asked, "Does it hurt?" Chu Shifeng suddenly opened his eyes and met Han Yunshi's gaze. Subconsciously, he averted his eyes. "Does it hurt?" Han Yunshi asked next. "It doesn't," Chu Shifeng replied. Han Yunshi abruptly wrapped his arm. "How about this? I don't feel anything. When I went down the mountain, my right hand hit a rock and broke it. I tried to catch it myself, but I don't think I connected it properly," Chu Shifeng said honestly. Han Yunshi knitted her brows and didn't say a word. Instead, she checked his other hand, which was fine. After checking his bones, Han Yunshi began to press on Chu Shifeng's abdomen to check for internal injuries. As soon as she did, Chu Shifeng cried out in pain. How could a martial arts practitioner cry out in pain so easily? Unless the pain was really unbearable. Han Yunshi furrowed her brows while Su Donglin's eyes grew redder and redder. Long Feiyi watched from the sidelines, his expression growing colder and colder. By Yanqing, Evil Sword School, and the rebels from the 3 great colleges, he wouldn't let a single one of them off. Han Yunshi couldn't take it any more by the end of her examination. She couldn't imagine how Chu Shifeng had endured so much pain and starved his readers until now. Not daring to delay any longer, she said, Long Fei, he needs liquid hot food. Also, arrange for a carriage to send him to Gu Beiyue's place as soon as possible. Otherwise, I don't know if he'll be able to keep his life. Chu Shifeng looked spirited, but his internal injuries were very serious. Han Yunshi didn't know much about internal medicine, so the only thing she could do was ensure Chu Shifeng's safety and receive professional treatment as soon as possible. Boss, Su Donglin, who hadn't dared to speak this entire time, finally couldn't take it anymore as tears streamed down his face. Seeing this, Chu Shifeng immediately scolded, "Stinkin' brat, how much should I tell you?" Before he could finish, Long Feiyi cut him off. Su Donglin, Long Feiyi said, "Send a letter to Gu Beiyue and tell him to hurry over. Have Tang Li keep an eye on 3-way black market." Gu Beiyue would arrive much faster than Chu Shifeng. Moreover, they needed more people to climb Celestial Mountain. "Master, this subordinate is fine." This subordinate, Chu Shifeng was cut off again, this time by Han Yunshi. "You're still fine when you're already like this? Do you want to die? Fine, before you die, you have to clear your debt with this princess." Chu Shifeng gave a start at her words. He didn't know how to reply. Han Yunshi glared at him, looking a bit like a debt collector. Chu Shifeng fell silent before preparing to turn over. "What are you doing?" Long Feiyi asked unhappily. "Your Highness, this subordinate acted on his own initiative and was disrespectful to the princess. This subordinate will apologize to the princess," Chu Shifeng said with his head bowed. Han Yunshi felt her heart ache at the sight. How could there be right and wrong in anything? Now that she looked into it, what had Chu Shifeng done wrong? Who didn't remember the grudges of their ancestors? Who could be so submissive to their enemy? "Lie down properly." Han Yunshi was fierce. She took out a pill from her medical pouch and said coldly, "Here, this is poison. Once you take it, you'll have to endure the pain of 10,000 ants gnawing at you for 2 hours. If you eat it now, I'll forgive you. From now on, we'll both forget about that incident. You can still be His Highness's servant like before and listen to my orders from time to time. How about it?" Besides Chu Shifeng, everyone present could tell what the pill was. Su Donglin was so moved that he stopped crying and looked anxiously at Chu Shifeng, afraid that he'd refuse. Bailey Mingxiang was nervous as well. Chu Shifeng stared at the pill and didn't move. Long Feiyi looked over as well. Everyone was waiting. As for Gu, he didn't have a good impression of Chu Shifeng at all. Back when he'd wanted to visit Poison Lass at the Duke of Qin's estate and give her some gifts, it had always been that damned brat Chu Shifeng and his shadow guard chasing after him. If not for the fact that Chu Shifeng had done meritorious service as a snitch, Gu would have killed him long ago. By now, Gu had already returned to the cave. Outside, Chu Shifeng had been thinking for a long time without making a move. It had to be said that Han Yunshi was a little disappointed by his lack of consideration. But Chu Shifeng only looked timidly at Long Feiyi and asked in a low voice, "Will Your Highness forgive me too?" Han Yunshi couldn't help but laugh at his words. In the past, she'd felt that Chu Shifeng had turned into an old man after that incident. He was no longer the same person she knew. Still, Han Yunshi knew that he hadn't changed at all after hearing his question. Han Yunshi took the initiative to answer for Long Feiyi. "Of course. Naturally, Long Fei heard her, but he simply stood loftily on the sidelines without a word, tacitly agreeing. All right, I'll take it. Chu Shifeng was very decisive. He stuffed the pill into his mouth and chewed a few times before forcing it down. Everyone looked at him without saying a word. Chu Shifeng didn't speak either, but lay back down and exhaled in relief as he stared at the skies. Actually, he was terrified that he'd die a mysterious death before leaving Celestial Mountain. But now, even if he was poisoned to death, there was nothing to regret. Chu Shifeng quietly waited for the poison to take effect and the pain of 10,000 ants gnawing at him. Everyone else gathered around him in silence, waiting for the dragon pill to take effect. That's right, Han Yunshi's medicinal pills weren't poisons at all. Instead, they'd gone through all sorts of twists and turns and risked their lives multiple times to get the dragon pill back. There were only 2 left, one of which had gone back to Gu Beiwei. This was the last one. If Chu Shifeng knew the origins of these medicinal pills, what would he think? Would he still pursue the matter of right and wrong? Would he even need to ask whether His Highness and the princess would forgive him? Gradually, a warm current flowed from his dantian like a ball of true qi rising from his dantian and spreading throughout his body. As the energy coursed through his body, Chu Shifeng felt as if his cold, wounded body was being protected. He felt like he was being reborn. Now he was stunned. What's going on? He looked at Han Yunshi in confusion, but Han Yunshi had already risen to her feet. This isn't poison, but the dragon pill. Chu Shifeng, remember this, you'll always owe me a debt. In the future, serve me well. As Han Yunshi spoke, she headed back into the cave. She had to find a way to cook some hot food. Even if she had to wait for Gu Beiwei, she had to take care of Chu Shifeng's body as much as possible. Long Feiyi followed her inside, leaving Su Donglin and Chu Shifeng outside. Once the 2 masters were gone, Su Donglin couldn't help but throw himself into Chu Shifeng's arms and sob. Boss Chu, you scared me to death. Sob, you can finally come back. Chu Shifeng stared blankly at the skies. Get the dragon pill back? Did I hear wrong? Boss Chu, His Highness and the rest almost lost their lives for the sake of getting the dragon pill back. The princess treats you very well. Don't fuss over the past, all right? Su Donglin was always like a child in front of Chu Shifeng. Very soon, Long Feiye's orders reached their ears. Why aren't you bringing them in yet? They were at the foot of Celestial Mountain. Although it was hidden, they couldn't afford to be careless. Since Bai Yanqing didn't know they were coming, they had to come up with a plan to kill them all and rescue Kenshin and the 3 honored elders so they could take back Celestial Mountain. Chapter 1057. Han Yunshi and the rest waited in the cave for Gu Beiwei to arrive while asking around for information on Tianshan Kenzo and the Evil Sword School. Actually, Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi didn't think much of the Evil Sword School. Their main concern was whether or not Bai Yanqing was on the mountain. I've only seen the Evil Sword School's leader once. He had his face covered, and I saw him from a distance. I couldn't see his face clearly, Chu Shifeng thought back, then said with certainty. He should be over 50 years old. He's been on the mountain this entire time? Han Yunshi asked. Chu Shifeng couldn't be sure. I haven't seen him since they attacked the peak. Long Feiyi glanced at Gu and said cold, you keep watch tonight. I'll go scout the way first. Chu Shifeng had limited information, so it was better to go up the mountain himself instead of making wild guesses here. You keep watch, I'll go. He'd already told Long Fei he was supposed to be a guard, but Gu Qishao had never listened to him properly. You've been up Celestial Mountain before? Long Feiyi asked unhappily. Gu had no retort but reluctantly replied, go ahead, I'll keep watch. Actually, Gu wasn't as smart as Han Yunshi, because Han Yunshi wanted to go as well, but she didn't say a word. Late at night, Long Feiyi left. Han Yunshi tried to sneak after him. Gu quickly stopped her. Poison lass, it's dangerous. Han Yunshi looked back and gave him a pitiful, pleading look. Gu's heart immediately melted. Poison lass, hurry and chase after him. Otherwise, it'll be even more dangerous if you can't catch up. In this way, Han Yunshi quickly caught up with Long Feiyi. Since she was already here, how could Long Feiyi chase her away? Moreover, Han Yunshi was no longer a burden, but a capable assistant. There were a total of 5 mountains in the Tianshan mountain range. From the south to the north, it was like a staircase. One mountain was next to another, and each was higher than the last. The 5th mountain in the north was the Tianshan mountain, and its peak was the peak of the Tianshan mountain. Because of the terrain, there was only one way to reach the top of Sky Mountain. This road ran from south to north through the entire Tianshan mountain range. In short, to reach the top of Tianshan mountain, one had to climb Mount Wuchong. The cave that Han Yunshi and the others were hiding in was on the shady side of the first mountain. At this moment, they had taken a detour to the front of the mountain. The only way to find out about the situation on the mountain was up there. Just like the first time they came here, Long Feiyi hugged Han Yunshi's waist tightly and protected her in his arms. Perhaps Long Feiyi was too familiar with this place, so he easily reached the first mountain with Han Yunshi under his protection. No one noticed them. However, along the way, he sensed that there were ambushes around them. Han Yunshi was puzzled. There were so many Tianshan Kenzo disciples. How did the Evil Sword School manage to control them? In terms of numbers, the Evil Sword School disciples were far inferior to the Tianshan disciples. Even if the 3 elders of the Sutra Pavilion, Hidden Sword Pavilion, and Lockhart Yard betrayed them, it was a matter of Tianshan Mountain. From the 1st to the 4th mountain, there were many branches of Tianshan Kenzo. These branches had a large number of disciples, and they did not belong to any pavilion or yard. How did the Evil Sword School manage to control them? How did they stop the news from spreading? Just as Han Yunshi was puzzled, the detoxification system gave her an answer. When Long Feiyi brought her near the Meteor Sword Pavilion, the detoxification system issued a warning to Han Yunshi that there were many poisoned disciples in the pavilion. Poison attack! Han Yunshi muttered to herself. What's going on? Long Feiyi asked. Han Yunshi smiled. If you didn't bring me here tonight, we would have to go there again. Haha, when did the Evil Sword School become the 100 Poisons sect? Long Feiyi immediately understood what was going on. If it wasn't for the use of poison, how could Bai Yanqing guarantee that he could control Tianshan Mountain in such a short time and seal off all news? Let's go in and take a look. It's too far away. I can't find out what kind of poison they've been poisoned with, Han Yunshi whispered. The Meteor Sword Pavilion was the largest sword pavilion in Tianshan Mountain's first peak. In recent years, it had produced many outstanding disciples. The reason why Long Feiyi chose this sword pavilion was because the pavilion master, Yin Yang, had a good relationship with Granny Yu from the Commandment Courtyard at the peak of Tianshan Mountain. They were like sisters. Most of the outstanding disciples in the Meteor Sword Pavilion had been promoted by Granny Yu. Very few of them entered the Hidden Sword Pavilion or the Scripture Pavilion, much less Lockhart Courtyard. Others might not tell the truth, but Yin Yang and Granny Yu were the same. They would definitely tell the truth and not betray Kenzo. Before she even entered, the detoxification system gave Han Yunshi an answer. Long Feiyi, it's the traceless poison. Han Yunshi said seriously. This poison can only be put in water. It will linger for a day before it activates. Once it activates, the victim will fall unconscious. If the poison isn't cured within 7 months, the victim will fall unconscious and die. Poisoning the water source was the most energy-efficient method. Even if they didn't drink water, they would still have to eat. In short, they couldn't live without someone. No wonder everyone was poisoned at the same time. Bai Yanqing wants to destroy Kenzo? Long Feiyi was alarmed. It had been 6 months since the 10th month of last year. In other words, if they had arrived a month later, all of the branches beneath Celestial Mountain would have been destroyed. No wonder the 2 depositories and 1 courtyard at the peak were working with the evil sword school. Back when Song Chiozi was still the head of Lockhart Courtyard, the scripture and sword pavilions had long conspired with him to form their own factions. Bai Yanqing's actions were exactly what they wanted. When Song Chiozi and Duanmu Yao had colluded, Long Feiyi had severely injured him and locked him up in the dungeons. No one had ever been convicted, because once Song Chiozi was convicted, Kenzo would have to investigate Han Yunshi's identity as a descendant of the poison sect. For the sake of protecting Han Yunshi, he'd had to endure Medical City's pressure to delay the trial. Back then, Kenzo had released news that the trial would be delayed until Long Feiyi inherited the position of sect head. Only then would Song Chiozi, Duanmu Yao, and the rest be tried. Unfortunately, Long Feiyi had left the mountain and delayed the trial until now. But after Song Chiozi was imprisoned, Kenzo hadn't promoted anyone from Lockhart Courtyard to the position of head. Instead, he'd let Song Chiozi's disciples fight amongst themselves. Now it looked like there was no internal strife in Lockhart Courtyard. Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi had always assumed that Bai Yanqing would hide in the poison sect or northernly. They never expected Bai Yanqing to target Celestial Mountain instead. But they didn't understand why Bai Yanqing wanted the martial arts circles. Had he forced the 3 honored elders to subdue Ganjiang for the sake of evil sword school, or had other motives? Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi grew more and more puzzled. They snuck into Meteor Sword Depository and soon discovered that there were only 3 or 4 evil sword school disciples standing guard inside. Inside the Great Hall, more than 30 disciples were lying unconscious on the ground. Such weak defenses made it easy for Han Yunshi and Long Feiyi to sneak inside. For the sake of not alerting the enemy too early, they didn't kill any of the guards. The 2 of them landed on one of the beams of the Great Hall and looked down at the floor full of unconscious people. "Is Bai Yanqing so sure that we won't go to Celestial Mountain?" Han Yunshi asked doubtfully. "He has control of all the secret missives, so it'll be easy for him to guard against us," Long Feiyi remarked. If Chu Shifeng hadn't stolen the missives, Bai Yanqing would have known they were going to Celestial Mountain half a month ago. Half a month was more than enough time for Bai Yanqing to set up an inescapable net. Thanks to Chu Shifeng's first-class merit. Han Yunshi grinned. She found a good vantage point and activated her detox system to do a thorough inspection. Even though she had already found out that he was poisoned when she was outside the hall, but for the sake of caution, she still kept an eye on him and checked him carefully. "Be good and stay here. I'll go find Madame Yin," Long Feiyi murmured. This time, Han Yunshi was obedient. She'd just finished her inspection and confirmed that there was only one type of poison in the Great Hall when Long Feiyi returned. "Madame Yin's in the back courtyard. There's someone watching over her," Long Feiyi murmured back. "Let's go take a look first." Han Yunshi's eyes flashed with shrewd light as she came up with a plan. By the time Long Feiyi led Han Yunshi to Madame Yin, they couldn't get very close, but they could see her lying unconscious on a bamboo bed from a distance. There were 3 guards standing guard outside the door, including one from Lockhart Courtyard. "Can you find out what kind of poison she's been poisoned with?" Long Feiyi asked. Han Yunshi immediately gave him an answer. "It's a never-ending poison. It's similar to traceless poison. Once poisoned, she'll lose consciousness. But the toxicity is much stronger. Someone must have poisoned her." "You have an antidote?" Long Feiyi asked. Long Feiyi shook his head. "It's not the right time yet." Han Yunshi smiled. "Then when is the right time?" "Call the poison guards over and join forces with Gu Beiwe to save her. When the time comes, we'll go straight to the top of the mountain," Long Feiyi said seriously. Han Yunshi looked at Long Feiyi and smiled foolishly. She was just about to do that. Since Bai Yanqing's defense at the foot of the mountain was so weak, there was no need for them to waste time here. It didn't matter if Bai Yanqing was at the top of Sky Mountain or not. They could just attack directly. If Bai Yanqing was here, then they'd fight to their heart's content. If Bai Yanqing wasn't here, then it'd be even better. The two of them had the same idea, so there was no need for further discussion. Han Yunxi smiled as she patted her medical bag. Don't worry, there's an antidote anytime. With Han Yunxi's words, Long Feiyi was of course completely relieved. After understanding the situation at Meteor Sword Court, Long Feiyi brought Han Yunxi to Heavenly Sea Court and the other sword courts. They spent the whole night walking through more than 30 sword courts in the first and second mountains. They found that all the sword courts were in the same situation as Meteor Sword Court. Whether it was the court master or the disciples, they were all unconscious due to poison. The poison in the court master and the disciple was different. If it were any other poison master, they would definitely go crazy if they had to check 6 different poisons in one night and make an antidote. However, this was a piece of cake for Han Yunxi. Han Yunxi didn't even need to remember it. The detoxification system automatically recorded it for her. The third and fourth mountains weren't easy to walk through. In order not to alert the enemy, they were very cautious. It took them 4 nights to walk through all the sword courts in the third and fourth mountains. As Han Yunxi predicted, the conditions on the third and fourth mountains were the same as the first and second mountains. Just like that, Han Yunxi and Long Feiyi spent 5 nights exploring half of Celestial Mountain and preparing their antidote. Next, they waited for Gu Beiyue and the poison guards to arrive. Chu Shifeng was seriously injured and couldn't cultivate, so he could only rest and recuperate. Meanwhile, Han Yunxi used this time to calm down and cultivate her poison storage space. They assumed that Gu Beiyue would take at least 10 days to arrive, but who knew? Chapter 1058. Gu Beiyue's speed exceeded everyone's expectations. Less than 7 days after the letter was sent, he appeared before Han Yunxi and the rest. His white robes were still spotless, but his hair was disheveled and his face showed signs of fatigue. Even someone as calm as Long Feiyi was stunned by Gu Beiyue's appearance. "How did you get here?" he asked. Gu Beiyue hadn't ridden a horse, but used lightness techniques to get here. He asked anxiously, "Where's Guard Chu? What's his condition now?" Only now did everyone realize why Gu Beiyue was in such a hurry. He was worried that Chu Shifeng's injuries would worsen. Chu Shifeng was lying on one side, blocked by everyone else. As soon as he heard Gu Beiyue's words, his heart clenched and he turned his head away. When had he ever hated or resented Gu Beiyue in the past? Han Yunxi and the rest hurried out of the way. As soon as Gu Beiyue saw Chu Shifeng, he strode over and crouched down on one side. Even though Chu Shifeng was staring at the wall, his first words were, "Guard Chu, I understand your situation now. Don't worry, I'll definitely treat you no matter what." Chu Shifeng looked back at him, at a loss for words. Gu Beiyue had already taken his hand and taken his pulse. Han Yunxi quickly explained the situation to Gu Beiyue, while Bailey Mingxiang and Su Donglin, who'd been taking care of Chu Shifeng, filled in the details. Han Yunxi stood on one side, looking at Gu Beiyue in silence. She couldn't help but think of a saying. Like a person, like a rainbow, you'll know when you meet the top. How could there be someone like Gu Beiyue? He was always so warm and friendly to the people by his side. Sometimes, she really wanted to see Gu Beiyue lose his temper. After taking Chu Shifeng's pulse, Gu Beiyue carefully examined him and determined that both his legs were crippled. His left hand was fractured in 2 places and his internal organs were damaged. Fortunately, he'd taken the dragon pill. His true qi from practicing martial arts was slowly recovering to protect his body. Otherwise, Chu Shifeng would be beyond saving by the time he got here. Gu Beiyue hastily took out the medicine he'd prepared beforehand and reapplied medicine to the wounds Han Yunxi and Bailey Mingxiang had helped Chu Shifeng. She wrote a few more prescriptions and instructed Su Donglin. He must start taking the medicine within 7 days, 3 prescriptions a day. Combine it with acupuncture. "Dr. Gu, I'm fine. Just prescribe me some medicine and I'll be fine." Don't delay His Highness's important matters, Chu Shifeng said hastily. If he wanted to use acupuncture, he would have to delay Gu Beiyue's time. His Highness and the princess were still waiting for him to ascend Celestial Mountain. Gu Beiyue looked towards Bailey Mingxiang. Miss Mingxiang, do you remember the acupuncture techniques I taught you before you ascended Celestial Mountain? Bailey Mingxiang gave a start before nodding. I've always remembered. Dr. Gu, don't worry. Mingxiang will take good care of Guard Chu. Princess, since news of our dual cultivation has been leaked, Miss Mingxiang doesn't need to risk her life with us up the mountain. Why don't we have her take care of Guard Chu? Gu Beiyue asked. Besides you and her, I won't be at ease with anyone else taking care of him, Han Yunxi said. This isn't a place to stay for long. Let's send them off first, then discuss our plans for ascending the mountain. Gu Beiyue looked towards Long Feiyi. In the end, Long Feiyi had to make the final decision. Long Feiyi had no objections. Su Donglin, find a few people to escort them to Crescent Moon Manor. Keep a close eye on Chu Tianyin and wait for further orders. Crescent Moon Manor wasn't far from Western Zhou's imperial capital. It was one of Long Feiyi's other mansions in the Western Zhou desert. There were a few small springs in the manor. Spring water gushed out all year round, nourishing a large patch of greenery. When Long Feiyi bought the manor, it was the beginning of the month. When the crescent moon shone on the spring water, he changed the name of the manor to Crescent Moon. Chu Tianyin still hadn't found out why Western Zhou's Emperor Kongqing had been in the limelight during the 100 Poisons sect incident. There was also no news of Mu Qingwu. Long Feiyi was naturally dissatisfied with this. If he hadn't been so busy recently, he would have gone to see Chu Tianyin in person. Yes, your subordinate understands. Su Donglin was very happy. This way, he could take care of Boss Chu. Such an arrangement seemed to be very appropriate. Gu, who had been silent all this time, was looking at the prescription. No matter how he looked at it, he found it strange. This prescription didn't require acupuncture. Gu Beiyue was clearly lying. Gu's eyes darted around, but he didn't expose Chu Tianyin on the spot. Your Highness Princess, take care. Bailey Mingxiang bowed respectfully. At this moment, her feelings were complicated. She felt a sense of relief, but she couldn't bear to part with them. Long Feiyi ignored her. He lowered his head and whispered something into Gu Beiyue's ear, but she didn't know what to say. Han Yunxi smiled. You guys be careful too. After Bailey Mingxiang and the others left, Gu pulled Gu Beiyue over and whispered, There's something wrong with your prescription and acupuncture, right? There shouldn't be, right? Gu Beiyue smiled. Definitely. That prescription doesn't need acupuncture. I'm sure of it, Gu said. Seventh young master, let's talk about this after we save Mu Ling. We have important matters to discuss now. Gu Beiyue didn't argue and cleverly stalled for time. Given Gu's personality, he would have forgotten about it if it wasn't for Poison Lass. Gu Beiyue had done it on purpose. His goal was obviously to send Bailey Mingxiang away. Bailey Mingxiang couldn't see through him, but he could see through Bailey Mingxiang. No one knew what Su Xiaoyu had done in the Duke of Qin's residence, but it couldn't escape his eyes. Today, he had personally sent Bailey Mingxiang away. He knew that he would have to leave one day. Gu Beiyue turned around and said seriously, Your Highness Princess, in this one's opinion, there's no need to wait for the poison guards. Let's take action tonight. Seeing Han Yunxi and Long Feiyi's surprise, he calmly added, This one hasn't had a chance to use my shadow arts properly since I recovered. I hope that your Highness and Princess will give this one a chance. If you hand over all the sword garrets on Fourth Mountain to this one will definitely not disappoint you. Long Feiyi liked people who were straightforward the most, and this kind of person was exactly what he lacked. He was in a good mood and said with a smile, If your princess is willing to give you all the antidotes, this crown prince naturally has no objections. Han Yunxi couldn't help but laugh. It wasn't easy for Long Fei Yi to say the words, "Your princess." She readily handed over a large bag of antidote. There are a total of 55 sword garrets, and each of the garrets is poisoned with a different poison. There are about 30 disciples in each garret, and the poisons are all the same. I've made all the antidotes into pills and marked them clearly. Han Yunshi handed over the antidotes and added, "Gu Beiwei, you should consider this carefully. It won't be easy to complete all 55 garrets on 4th Mountain. After alerting the enemy, if you aren't fast enough, you will be in big trouble. Princess, please don't worry. After this subordinate completes this task, this subordinate will immediately meet you at the top of Heaven Mountain." Gu Beiwei cupped his fists and bowed. Unlike his usual calmness, his words were especially powerful this time. No matter how Gu looked at it, he felt that Long Fei Yi, Poison Lass and Gu Beiwei were very harmonious and had a tacit understanding. He felt that he had to say something, otherwise he would be isolated. He quickly hooked his arm around Gu Beiwei's shoulder and said with a smile, "Brother, then we'll wait for you at the top of the mountain." But Gu Beiwei whispered beside him, "Seventh young master, if Bai Yanqing is at the top of the mountain, please protect the princess well." Gu was slightly taken aback. Only then did he realize that he might be the main character of this trip. He quickly came back to his senses and agreed readily, "Don't worry, I'm here." That night, Long Fei Yi, Han Yunshi, Gu and Gu Beiwei worked together for the first time and sneaked into Heaven Mountain. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi were dressed in purple and looked extraordinarily noble. Gu was dressed in red robes and looked as coquettish as fire. Gu Beiwei was dressed in white and looked as elegant as an immortal. In the misty mountain forest, the 4 figures chased after each other at high speed. They flew soundlessly like a dream and a fantasy, calling themselves a scene. After ascending the first mountain, Gu Beiwei landed lightly on the mountain. Han Yunshi and the rest turned back to look, but Gu Beiwei waved with a smile, indicating that they didn't need to stay any longer. After Han Yunshi and the other 2 figures disappeared into the night, Gu Beiwei looked up at the moon, as if trying to determine the time. At this moment, the gentleness and indifference on his face had disappeared. His eyes were as cold as ice, and when such a clean face became serious, it actually caused one's heart to tremble. His entire being was so cold that he was like an azure that had no temperature and no emotions. He was so cold that he was extremely sharp. He slowly turned around and looked at Meteor Sword Pavilion. In an instant, he disappeared into thin air. Previously, Han Yunshi and Long Fei Yi didn't need to climb to the top of the mountain to scout. They only needed to circle around the mountain forest, so they didn't encounter the guards at the mountain passage. This time, they were heading directly to the top of Heaven Mountain and would naturally encounter the guards. Between the first and second mountains was a bamboo bridge, between the second and third mountains were stone swords, and between the third and fourth mountains were stone swords. When Han Yunshi went up Heaven Mountain for the first time, she encountered difficulties at the bamboo bridge. Long Fei Yi and the disciples of Sword Pavilion at the foot of the mountain helped her cross the bridge. Han Yunshi had a very deep impression of them. This time, there were no obstructions to ask them to follow the rules of Heaven Mountain, only the guards. They didn't avoid the path they had to pass, but killed them. Facing Kenzo's defense, not to mention Long Fei Yi, even Gu could deal with it. But it was Han Yunshi who'd killed them without a sound or trace. She used poison needles. Just like Long Fei Yi's sword that slit the throat, she could kill with a single needle. Soon, they arrived at the 4th and 5th mountains, which were the top of Heaven Mountain. They were connected by a chain bridge. To reach the peak, they had to cross the bridge. But unlike the guards at the foot of the mountain, there were 2 rows of guards at the end of the bridge. One row was made up of swordsmen from Evil Sword School, while the other was made up of disciples from Lockhart Courtyard. Long Fei Yi recognized the Lockhart Courtyard disciples at a glance. They were all sword experts personally taught by Tsang Qiuzi. A few other people were sitting in a pavilion on the side of the bridge. Han Yunshi's eyes were sharp enough to spot a familiar face. She smiled and said, Long Fei Yi, your future sister-in-law is there too. That's right, the person Han Yunshi recognized was Tsang Qiuzi's daughter, the eldest young miss of Lockhart Courtyard, Song Qiuying.